Doris, if you'll unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry, I had some difficulty getting in. So am I to just tell who I am and where, why I am?
Where you are and where your research is focused.
Okay. I am in Ellenwood, Georgia. My research is focused in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, and Georgia. But it's taken me to other states too.
I understand. That's the fun thing about genealogy. You do a world tour or a U.S. tour at the very least in the early years.
But mine is taking me across the waters also.
I haven't gotten there yet. So, you know, Cynthia Elliott, you're next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'll leave my still picture up.
Okay.
But I'm Cynthia Elliott, and I live in Memphis, Tennessee, and I am novice in the area, in this area. So I'm here to just obtain some, good information.
Well, hopefully we can help lay some foundations for you. That's what I'm supposed to be doing for y'all today.
Thank you.
Next is Frida Gibby, and your sister already told us you were here, so now you can give us more info.
Okay, I live in McDonough, Georgia, and I've been doing research, and I've been in a lot of the lineage societies, and Ed and I are working on a family history book, and we have been she lives in Virginia, and of course we have to do, and we've done a lot of it on Facebook, but our ancestors are in Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina, Maryland, and that's basically where our ancestors came from. And we have ancestors at Jamestown. So we've done that. And we've also got a lot of ancestors in Europe that I'm working on right now. So
cool. That's fun. Okay, next is John King.
Good morning. Some of those unwanted in the background. I'm from Tucker, and you can't be any more novice than I am. That's the reason I'm here.
Great.
To learn a little of something and where to go to get the research to do it.
Right. Well, hopefully from doing that advanced exercise and the way you do it at the end will be totally different. So, the answers will be totally different. That will be an indication of whether I did my job today.
Well, it's already helped because I've found a lot of new places just from the information you said.
Great. Well, that's the idea, is to give y'all enough stuff that you can keep referring to over and over again, and you don't have to try to remember how to get there. That's why I do screenshots, because sometimes it gets complicated. Okay, there is somebody listed as JPNZ453GVX7. I don't know what the name is, but anyway, whoever that is, could you introduce yourself? You'll need to unmute.
I think that might be me.
Okay.
Sorry, my name's James Walden. I'm logged in from Kansas City, Missouri. My sister and I are both starting out on this project. We're trying to trace our family backwards up the tree. And since neither one of us know much about geology, she found this course and invited me to register too. So
Great.
like everybody else, relative neophyte, but need a foundation. So that's why I'm on.
Well, that's what I'm supposed to be doing. And repeat your name for us since we can't see it.
James Walden. I don't know why it disappeared like it did.
James Walden?
Yes, W-A-L-D-E-N.
Okay, good. I just like to know how to call somebody's name, Sure. Karen Poole is next.
Sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Karen Poole, and I'm from Alpharetta, Georgia. I've been doing this a few years, but predominantly I will be sad to say, with Ancestry. I did get a base from a cousin who'd done quite a bit of research on our family, primarily researching migrations from Maryland, Virginia, and Pennsylvania to the Bardstown, Kentucky area. That's where most of my family came into the United States, and I was amazed by the number of resources you provided that I had never even heard of.
Oh, good. Well, that's the goal. And there is a lot out there, but most people know about Ancestry and that's it because of its advertising. Next is Linda Holden.
Good morning. I am located in New Jersey at the particular moment, but I'm trying to research family that would be in Massachusetts, Virginia, and North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
Great. Are y'all noticing some overlap in where y'all are doing research as people talk? It's kind of a reflection of the migration trails we talked about. Okay, Lisa Townsend, you're next. Lisa, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Is the volume on your microphone turned down? Lisa, I'll let you work on that and we'll go on to the next person right now. Okay, Mary Cobbs is next.
Yes, I'm here. I'm from McDonough. We're living in McDonough right now. And most of the ancestry history I've been tracing is from Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Maryland area.
Okay. Next is Patricia Eubank. Unmute your mic, please, ma'am. Patricia Eubank, can you unmute? Okay, we're going to go on to Paula Claret Eccles, and then we'll come back and see if we can hear Lisa yet. Paula Claret Eccles.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My family focus is Georgia, Virginia, and Alabama. I have been kind of dibber-dabbling in it for a while. I have found relatives on my mom's side, and we are still in each other's lives. And then I found a sister that my husband had heard about all his life, and he got a chance to meet her at the age of 61. So that was very special. So now I'm trying to work on my dad's side, and his great-grandfather showed up in 1930, and I haven't been able to find him since. And so it's a wall there. So I'm looking forward to the class.
Great. Well, hopefully we can give you some strategies that might help.
Yes.
Okay, Lisa, have you figured out the sound problem so we can hear you? Lisa Townsend. How about Patricia Eubank? Okay, Lisa says she's still having sound issues. Patricia Eubank. Okay, let's go on to Ryosha Bush. And I hope I've pronounced that correctly.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's Riosha Bush. I been dabbling with genealogy for my family for a couple of years, but now that I've changed jobs and we're at home a lot now, it gives me more time to do more research, and so I'm kind of at a roadblock also. And oh, I forgot to tell you where I'm at. I'm in Jonesboro.
Okay.
So it's good being in Jonesboro because I'm kind of close to the archives and I can just go there and do some work. But I'm at a roadblock on my dad's side of the family because I'm having a hard time finding birth certificates. I think I was that maybe Georgia didn't really start archiving birth certificates until the 1910s, 1919.
1919. The South
Yeah.
didn't do, the South did not mandate birth and death records until the early 20th century. So looking for a birth certificate is not the best way to verify a birth early on. I mean, prior to early 20th century, because they don't exist.
Yeah, that's what I was told by the county. So I'm kind of right there. I'm kind of stuck. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot today.
Okay. Okay, Tamika, you're next. You gonna introduce yourself, or are you just saying hi in chat? Oh, okay, she doesn't have a mic, they said, so, okay. Tim Knight, you're next. Tamika's sending her introduction via chat. So y'all should be able to read that. Tim, do you want to go ahead and unmute and introduce yourself? Okay, let's go to Virginia Kring.
Well, hi, my name's Virginia Crane. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm from Milledgeville, Georgia, and focused mostly on North Carolina and South Carolina at the moment. Stuck on a brick wall, the 1740-ish, trying to find parents to an ancestor, and also trying to prove some revolutionary military records because the DAR redlined my Hessian soldier because of not being able to prove those military records. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. Wayne Day. Oh, Tim Knight says, I have called in on the phone and unmuted on the phone and you could not hear me. Okay. So can you introduce, Tim, can you introduce yourself via chat? All right, Tim's from Cochran and his research is centered in Georgia and North Carolina. Excellent. Next is Wayne Day. Wayne, you're still muted. Okay, and then we've got a phone number, so I have no idea who it is. It's 478-934-2821. Can you unmute and introduce yourself, please? Okay, let's go back to Lisa. Lisa Townsend, if you're still having sound problems, can you, okay. Lisa says she can hear great, but her mic, she lives in Loganville, and I'm just getting started. Oops. And I'm from Putnam County. I'm just getting started with research and have family roots in several Georgia counties. Great. Okay, so let's go back to wait a minute. Patricia Eubanks. Okay, and the phone number is Tim Knight, so that's not an extra person. Okay, guess good to know. Patricia, can you do the same thing since we couldn't hear you? And I don't know whether you unmuted or were able to, but could you introduce yourself via chat? Okay. I think we've taken about as much time as we can with introductions, so I hope at some point we'll get to know Patricia and some of the others. Now I've got to figure out how to get my screen back because I have got Beverly Brent as my screen. Oh, Wayne Day. Yeah. No microphone. Ancestors. He's from Clarkston. Ancestors, Pennsylvania to Georgia, Quakers and Wrightsboro. Wow, that's cool. Wrightsboro is a really interesting area. Okay. All right. Got to get the right keyboard here.
Laura,
Yes.
this is Patricia Bank. I was pressing mute, but Caroline got me on. We have been doing this over time, and then we did the ancestry, and my husband did the Y-DNA, and I had a brother do it. Anyhow, Georgia, since the early 1800s or late 1790s, and South Carolina just realized that there was a waypoint in their journey from Virginia. And so that's the main thing. We've done a lot of my side of the family, but we get back to small Jewish centers. You know, at this point, we're Methodists, but small Jewish groups in a village, and so we're kind of lost at that point because it was
well, hopefully
we're interested. Always a refresher helps.
Well, hopefully this will help. I want to talk a few minutes about the resources available at the Georgia Archives. For any of you who have Georgia roots, it is really important that you take advantage of the resources at the Georgia Archives, both on-site and online. And while it's not so easy to get here right now, and a lot of you live within easy driving distance of the Georgia Archives, so I want you to keep that in mind as a great research facility. The mission of the archives is to serve state and local governments and the people of Georgia by identifying, selecting, preserving, and making accessible the records that constitute the state's recorded history, by documenting state government decisions, and by aiding local government to meet open records requirements. the archives are kind of vital to a democracy, and the Georgia archives do a very good job of adhering to their message. In addition to the records of the government, they are the repository for the state government, but they also have some county records, and they have collaborated over the decades with the LDS Church in getting a lot of these microfilmed, and now they're collaborating with Ancestry and Family Search to get these things digitized and online. So a lot of the records that you see online originated at the Georgia archives. They also have books on counties and basic reference tools that can be used just for methodology. So just because you don't have Georgia, don't think you shouldn't come here to research. They also have databases, including some newspapers. Now, granted, they're focused on Georgia, but when you're doing newspaper research, you'll learn that you don't want to limit what you're looking for just to the area where things happened, because quite often, if it was an interesting story, it got picked up and sent all over. You need to take advantage of the virtual vault, which is their online records. And Kayla is going to be doing a webinar through Georgia Genealogical Society coming up in November on how to use virtual vault. So I encourage you all to go to the Georgia Genealogical Society website, log in, register for that free webinar, and learn how to use the virtual vault. They also have a site called Vanishing Georgia, which is really cool. And a lot of these materials in Vanishing Georgia, well, the materials in Vanishing Georgia have been included in the Digital Library of Georgia. And like I say, you may say, well, I don't have any Georgia folks. Well, that's fine. They do have access to other databases that are broader. And the thing is, they have friendly, professional, well-trained staff that can actually help you learn to work in these things. So I hope that you will take advantage of the Georgia archives. Now, I realize that you folks in Missouri and Virginia and these other places who are joining us today may not be able to do that on a regular basis, but when you come for a visit, you ought to do it. And I would like to suggest that you like and follow the Georgia Archives Facebook page and sign up for their email list so that you won't miss some of the really good lunch and learns. Right now in this virtual world, doesn't matter where you are, you can take advantage of some of these really good programs that are being done. Okay, and my screen is gone again. I've got Beverly back. Beverly, I don't know what you're doing that you're taking over my screen, but.
I'm so sorry.
I've got Patricia. Patricia's real big on my screen.
Who is Patricia? Oh, so you didn't see my last slide?
I don't see any slides now. All I see is people.
Right, and that should not be.
If everyone would turn their videos off, that would probably help while the speaker is presenting. And then whenever you need to speak, if you will, you can turn your video on then.
That's a good idea. That also reduces bandwidth.
There's a camera next to the leave button. If you can click on that, it'll cut your video off and we'll just see your initials in a circle. And that would be great.
I don't see it listed there anymore. Beginning basic? No. Yes, beginning basics. That was it. Go back right there, that second one. Now if we can get it back up. What happened? Where's my shared window? It's behind somebody's chat.
There we go. Let's see.
You got a crew helping you there.
Yeah, well, cause things are not,
Okay.
the trick is we're not,
That's a shed window. No, don't click. See the X on the window, maybe that's it right there. There.
no, see, that's not getting it.
If you will click on are you clicking on the share content screen and then clicking on your PowerPoint?
My PowerPoint has vanished.
Let's see.
Okay, I've clicked on the thing that says, I think I'm gonna do, it says sharing is paused until you return to the shared window. So how do I get to the shared window?
There's a little square with an arrow in it.
Where?
At the where you have the toolbar where chat.
That is vanished at the moment. Now it's back.
No. You know what, we've got two different little. Wait a minute.
Okay, so can you see beside the leave button there?
Up there, do the moments up there and see if that'll take me back. No, it takes me back to Beverly. See, Beverly Brent has kind of taken over the screen for some reason. I'm so sorry about this, y'all.
I think she has control over the presentation, so you're gonna have to take the control from her. Or
how do I do that? I didn't give it to her.
And I didn't ask for it either.
Maybe Beverly could sign out and sign back in again, and that would help.
Thanks.
Beverly, why don't you leave the meeting and then join back and see if that clears it?
Okay, all right then. I'm clicking on that little red sign that says leave.
That's right.
Okay.
Is this a dual screen setup?
No.
Yes,
No.
here.
It's not live.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
There's also a red phone at the bottom that I think you can get out that way too.
I'm looking at because it's recording and
no, click on that red leave button.
Okay, I see when it says hang up here.
That'll be fine.
On the desktop, you put it. Yeah. Where do you put it?
See right down there.
There we go. Is that it?
Yes, the second one, that one. No, not that one, that second one.
This one.
Yeah.
That's on the flash drive. Okay.
Yeah, let's put the flash drive back in and just pull it up.
Okay, I think it's right there.
Thanks. Did you want to put it in that?
Yeah, we probably need to do it in that one.
There it is. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay.
There it is.
All right. Okay. Start from beginning and then share screen. And so, what's the share screen? Go into Teams. Go into Teams.
How do we get rid of that cute little thing?
This is where you want to be?
Yes. And then I got to figure out which control I use now. I don't want that. You had me where I wanted to be, Tamika, and you took me out.
Can they see it? It's the question. Can you ask them? Or
yeah, where is my shared window?
If you go into Teams, Tamika, will it show the PowerPoint? Has it been shared? That PowerPoint has been shared in the window?
Beverly, have you got any suggestions?
Okay, there we go.
That's not me.
It's coming. That's you.
That's not me.
I'm calling Marcus, just a moment. There we go. Now your presentation is showing.
But that's not mine.
This is not your presentation?
That one is Basics of Genealogy. Is that
There
what
we go.
everybody's seeing?
Now, I can see basic, okay.
Basics was there, now it's gone. There we go.
Okay. Now, let's see, okay. All right, the basics of genealogy are that you start with yourself and you work back. I want you all to get out your basic steps handout. I'm sorry, I got so distracted I forgot to tell you. You may also want to get out your census pages so you can scan some stuff there as we go ahead. This basic steps handout is going to be the outline for the day. And as I said earlier, I'm going to try to get through this before break. And then we'll go back and spend some time in depth on some of these things. So the basics are that you start with you and work back. You always work from what you know to what you don't know. And you want to start with yourself and gather your documents. Look around the house to see what you've got that can help you. Pictures, diaries, letters, and ask everybody in your family for any stories or anything else. Talk to those family members. You're going to put people in a place at a time. And you also need to fully document each generation before researching the next generation back. As you're researching a generation, you're going to find clues to the parents or the next generation back. And that's fine. You want to go ahead and record that, but you don't quit researching the generation you're focused on, or you're going to miss information you really need. You also have to evaluate the reliability and validity of the information from more than one source. Finding information in one reliable source is not enough to really prove what you're looking for. And the most difficult thing is you cannot make assumptions. We all tend to make assumptions. We find a piece of information that seems like it makes sense, and it can be the beginning of our theory on our research or our hypothesis for how we proceed with our research. But you cannot totally assume it's true until you verify it. We also tend to think of the world of our ancestors the way we live in the world today. And that gets me into hot water over and over and over again. So I'm just saying, be aware. Okay, you're going to need to fill out pedigree charts and ancestral charts. You're also going to fill out family group sheets. And those blanks are where you start with your research, because that's what you know you're missing. This chart is the ancestral chart, and it traces your direct bloodlines. This is what people who raise registered horses, cattle, dogs, cats, whatever, this is basically what their charts look like on their animals. It doesn't record anything but your direct bloodline. So you've got up here the born, the place, the married place, and the died place. And that first line is you and the name of your spouse. And then the line above is your father, the below is your mother. The men are on top, the women are on the bottom. So, and we're going to fill these out for you at the end of the class today. The other thing you're going to do is, here's a family group sheet. And there are several different formats for these. I think I skipped this little clicker and I are having troubles. Okay, so here is a family group sheet. I'm going to do it manually. Yes, this form tracks family units. one of these should be filled out for every couple that you can identify, whether or not they were married, whether or not you think they had children, etc. Family group sheets need to be filled out for all additional marriages or unions, formal or informal. Even if it's like your great-great-grandfather's 45th wife, you fill out a family group sheet on it, okay? For he and that 45th wife, because you don't know what the offspring might be. A lot of people had children who died in infancy that you may not discover until you get deep into your research. Here's another format of a family group sheet. There are a gazillion of them out there. And in your handout, I gave you some links to where you could look for some so that you can pick the one that you like. The further back you get, the more likely you're going to be to want to find one that has room for lots and lots of children. And I prefer the kind that have a place to add sources for the information that you include. And see, this is a back page of another format. Knowing where the information comes from helps you evaluate the validity and reliability of the information when you're trying to make decisions about stuff. You're also going to work through the federal population census.
There's a box you have to minimize. It says BE on it.
Yeah, and I can't figure out how to do it. Sorry, y'all, I'm interrupted again. I got it.
You got it.
Here's the U.S. Federal Census population schedule for 1940. That's the most recent one that is available. And that's because we have a 72-year privacy law that was instituted by the federal government. So 1950 will not be available for 72 years from when it was created. And census date in 1950 was April 1st. So April 2022 is when the 1952 one will be available. So not too much longer, y'all, before you can see all that great information in 1950. But this is one of the ways you build your basic framework. You start with the most recent census you can find, and you go every 10 years back working, and we'll do a little of this in a later session today. You need to join a local society. You know, you're going to join, you should join a state society, but these groups have events and speakers that can increase your know-how. The Clark Oconee Genealogical Society is the one in Athens, so this is the one I used. The programs are not specific to Clark and Oconee, and I dare say probably 2 or 3 members have Clark Oconee roots. Most of the people who are members are from all over the country. And many of them are doing European research, Eastern European research, and other things, because genealogical societies are named for the place they're located, not necessarily for the areas that their programming is based on. Many local societies work with the local records to help preserve them and make them available. And you will find that is true with this group, COGS, Clark Oconee Genealogical. They have records from Clark County that they have put online and compile things to make it easy for people who have those roots. And they've worked with the local courthouse officials to preserve records, but their programming and the networking is not necessarily local. Georgia Genealogical Society is the same way. They publish Georgia material, and they work in conjunction with the Georgia Archives and other Georgia entities to help further Georgia genealogy, but their programming is not necessarily Georgia based. So look at the state societies from where your ancestors were, because they're going to publish things that you can use for your research. And you may want to join National Genealogical Society. It's commonly called NGS. They just merged with the Federation of Genealogical Societies, so that's what all this celebration for welcome to the new NGS. And they provide courses on genealogy that you can take and take as a member and get a really good discount. And they also do really quality publications. This is a picture from the Metro Atlanta Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Society site. They are a very active chapter of OGS. That's how you say AAHGS, OGS, Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Society. But I picked this because it shows you the variety in what they are doing as programming. Granted, this is 3 years ago, but it was a good idea of some of the interesting things they have been doing that have general interest and are broader. So you join societies for education, for networking, because somebody in that group knows something you don't know and you know something they don't know. And you do it for collaboration so that you can work with others. I've got some friends that I have nothing in common with except genealogy, but we go on genealogy research trips, go to conferences together. Well, we used to before COVID. And that's the only thing we really have in common, but we have a great relationship doing genealogy and have a lot of fun doing that. And it's just plain fun. Societies are fun. So join them and support them, because they really are, and the local societies are your support group. As you get into this, you may find that family and other people see you coming and run, because they go, oh God, she's going to talk about family, or she's going to ask me questions or whatever. So I'm just saying, this is where nobody does that to you. Their eyes do not glaze over as you're talking to them. Evaluating information. This is really important. You've got to evaluate the information that you have. So that you can determine what is really accurate. As you do this, you're going to find a lot of different information, a lot of different facts about the same event from different sources. So this is the definition that was given by Don Devine in the chapter Evidence Analysis of the first edition of Professional Genealogy. Evidence is the information provided by the source, and it can work for or against your hypothesis. And proof is the thought process by which we reach a convincing conclusion or assertion of fact based on the evidence, which are information statements that we glean from the sources, people, documents, books, artifacts, or repositories we examine it. And all of this is in your handout, so don't worry about taking notes. Now, we get to something like this. We got this article from the Athens Banner. For years, I tried to get my grandmother to talk about her father's death. It took me about 20 years to get his name out of her. And finally learned it was William Mark McElreath. I knew it was McElreath, I just didn't know the rest of it. And for a long time, I couldn't find him. I mean, I couldn't narrow down. I only had a 20-year window of when he might have died. Finally, I found him in the 1910 census. I found him in 1900, didn't find him in 1920, but couldn't find the family at all in 1910 for many years. Having things online helps. Makes it easier sometimes. Anyway, so she said he got run over by a train in Florida. Well, that's all I knew. Finally, when the Athens newspapers came online, I found this. So now I kind of know he died in November of 1905. because this article said that he died in Loman, Florida. Well, I looked and looked and looked to find a Loman, Florida, and couldn't, because I've been trying to get more information about this accident. And I found out about 2 months ago that, as usual, the Athens Banana Herald, as I call it, because they kind of annoy me with their errors, misspelled Loman. It's actually spelled Loughman. And this is where assumptions get me. So for ages, I have spent time trying to track down Loman, Florida, and gazetteers and historical maps, all kinds of things. And I was looking for the wrong spelling because the Banana Herald once again screwed me up and gave me a bad spelling. So I'm just saying, this is where assumptions get us into trouble. I should have done the same thing we do with names, which is you look for alternate spellings. But we tend to think because it's in print and it's in a newspaper, maybe they spelled it right. Depends on the newspaper. But in this, it's not an original document, although some people consider newspapers original. But you've got a combination. So you'd look at this and you would evaluate whether you've got original, derivative, primary, secondary, direct, or indirect. So every piece of evidence you get, or every piece of information you get, you evaluate looking at that. This is a prime example of a document. Now, granted, it's a copy because it is a copy, it's a digital image of a copy of an original. I got this through the virtual vault at the Georgia Archives. This is my grandmother's death certificate. She died very young at the age of 24 when my daddy was a child. And you know, I had known some of this because he had always talked, and I'm named for her. My middle name is Lalette. So a lot of this information is correct, but some of this is not original. So, and it's certainly not primary. And some of this information is indirect and some of it is direct. And some of the information that is sort of correct isn't exactly, because like down there where it says Oconee Cemetery, it's not really the name of the cemetery, and the county one over from Clark County is Oconee County. So is that telling me that it's a cemetery in Oconee County? Or I happen to know where her grave is, and it's in Oconee Hill Cemetery. So do you see how you have to look at these documents and look at more than what they are about? And I'm going to pound this into your heads today to try to get you to think differently about every piece of paper you come across ancestors. It might help you break down some walls. You need to, we've talked about recording your information, but you've got to organize it. And so one of the books you may want to buy, and I mentioned this is in your resource list that I sent you, is Evidence, Citation and Analysis for the Family Historian. In the back of this little bitty book are 300 examples of source citations that makes it really easy to cite sources. If you don't cite your source, you can't find the information again, and nobody else can verify whatever you're telling them if they can't duplicate your search. It's just like they keep talking about the COVID research. They do studies and the next batch can't replicate it, so they throw out the evidence that it produced because it can't be replicated. Well, the same with your research. You've got to be able, some other people have got to be able to replicate what you did and draw the same conclusions from the same sources. So, yes. Oh, yes, sorry, we've got a question.
Yeah. Would you explain more direct and indirect?
Yes. Okay, if you will look on page 2 of your basic steps handout, at the top, number 3, Direct indicates that a definitive answer is obtained, such as the date of death on a death certificate. Indirect indicates a possible definitive answer, but does not fully resolve the question, such as the date of birth on a death certificate that was provided by a close family member. What they're talking about there are things like delayed birth certificates. Okay, we mentioned earlier in the discussion that in Georgia, we didn't mandate birth and death records until 1919. My parents started to school, they're both from Athens. I'm a weirdo native. And they started to the Athens City Schools in 1919 when they were 6 years old. Well, the new state law had gone into effect, so the Athens City Schools were requiring birth certificates. So they had to go get delayed birth certificates. So these were not created at the time they were born, since they were born in 1913. So these are the kinds of things that, although you consider them pretty good sources, they might be wrong. So I'm just saying, you know, because this was not generated by the hospital, it wasn't generated by the doctor that was at the birth. Mother was born at home, my daddy was born at home. Do you see what I'm saying? So that is an official legal document, but it didn't take place at the time. So it's kind of indirect evidence, and sometimes indirect evidence is even less direct than that. And I hope that we'll come up with some of those later when we're going through some of the other documents I'm gonna make you work through.
We have another comment.
Yes.
My grandfather died in 1935, and final records don't have this at all. Maybe not reported, not sure.
Right. Somebody said that their grandfather died in 1935 and it's not recorded. And that's not uncommon. A lot of deaths, even after the Social Security Act was passed, and people were eligible for Social Security benefits, a lot of times deaths are not recorded. You know, they died at home, they took them to the cemetery and buried them. You know, I mean, people who lived in the country just didn't always do these things. You're going to find that if you have ancestors that do everything they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it, you are an anomaly, because nobody in my family did what they were supposed to do every time they were supposed to do it. And that's one reason we have trouble finding them. But we have to remember, this gives us an excuse for our procrastination. So just think of it that way. I'm just saying. Okay. So you've got the, we've talked about evaluating information. This is a chart called the evolution of a genealogical conclusion. And this is again from that first edition published in 2001, Professional Genealogy, a manual for researchers, writers, editors, lecturers, and librarians. There is a new edition of Professional Genealogy that has a different subtitle that is more recent, but it covers different information than this one. So depending on what you're looking for, you may need to look in both volumes because they're very different in what they cover. But this chart, I think, is very helpful because you start up there at the top with fact, and then you've got information, and you look at whether it's primary or secondary. And then you look at the source, is it original or derivative? And then you go down and you look to decide how credible is this? You know, based on the reality of the place and time, is it realistic? I mean, if you've got a birth certificate dated 1899 from Georgia, it ain't very credible, okay? I'm just saying. And then you look at the identification. Does this really relate to the person under study? You're going to find that there are gazillions of people out there with the same names as your ancestor at the same time. So you may be looking at a record that really doesn't relate to your ancestor at all. I have a lot of problems with that because my surname, my maiden name is Williams. And on my daddy's mother's side are Smiths. So I have a lot of problems sorting out people in the same place at the same time with the same name. So I'm just saying. And you're going to find even with uncommon names. I remember years ago, a person came into the library and he was looking for a man named Beverly Valentine. Well, that seems like a pretty uncommon name. And I mean, I thought a man named Beverly was uncommon. Well, as you go back in time, you'll find Beverly is a very common male personal name. So there again, see, assumption that that would be easy to find. Well, it turned out there were 3 of them in the county, you know, where his ancestor was supposed to be. So we had to figure out strategies for figuring out which one was his and which one wasn't. The others were related, but they weren't his direct line. Do you see what I'm saying? So you'll keep going back and forth between that credibility and identification to get that right. Then you'll go down and look at the relevant evidence and how relevant it really is. Then you'll assign weight to it and you'll just try to determine how valid it is. And again, you're going to go back and forth. How valid? And you're going to do this with every piece of information you get because you're going to get conflicting information. And after doing that process, you're going to reach a conclusion. And that sounds more complicated than it really is because your brain is working on this stuff as you go. So it's really not as bad as you think it is. We're going to talk about recording your information. We're now still on page 2 of 4, and we've talked about pedigree charts and family group sheets. And this is a filled out one, so you can see all the things that, you know, are holes. And you're going to have to figure out, aside from paper, where am I going to do it? There are online trees. In like family search, and the thing about the family search tree you have to keep in mind, it's a universal tree. Anybody in the world can add to and take away from that tree. They have now added the feature that you can add source information to anything you add on it, which often keeps people from taking down your information and putting up theirs, because if you've got good sources and they don't, hopefully they're going to think twice about taking down something that's got a really good source attached to it. But that is one of the frustrations with the family search tree. Ancestry has trees. My heritage has trees. Everybody's got trees that you can do and share. And you should put some of your information up, particularly if you're researching a particular line, because this is called cousin bait. But you're also going to want to record your information for yourself. And we'll get to that in just a minute. But I want to explain a little bit about the difference in a genealogy database and genealogy software. Sometimes people get confused because there's so much technology out there. And I'm using these very broad terms. But a database is information that is organized and structured to make it easy to find. And so then you've got software, and this is also a way of organizing information. But for us, this is where we're going to use our own personal software to record our information. Most of these good family history programs allow you to add images of marriage licenses, birth and death certificates, deeds, wills. All of these kinds of things can often be added to the events that are described in this software. And this gives you control of yours so that nobody can mess with it, nobody can change it. And you can share this with others by changing the information into what's called a GED, GED-COM file. So just keep that in mind. So keep in mind the two differences. The big four genealogy databases, you'll sometimes hear them called the giants, the big four, all things like that, but there are four major ones. Ancestry.com, which is what most people are aware of, and it's a subscription database. In Georgia, you can get the library edition in every public library and every academic library in Georgia. And right now, you can get it remote access. Usually you have to go into the library to get there. But right now, ProQuest has made it available remotely. FamilySearch.org, which is totally free. Everything in that very complex, very multi-layered database is free. This is run by Family Search International, which is an arm of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And no, they don't proselytize if you go to a family history center, I'm just saying. FindMyPast.com is really strong in United Kingdom and Ireland records. They also are adding tons and tons of US content. So this is another really good site. And check to see if your local library has a subscription to that. And MyHeritage.com is another one that has library editions that are available as well. And MyHeritage right now, this weekend, because it's Halloween weekend, is making all of their death records free. So when you go home, when you finish this class tonight, I want you to go to myheritage.com and I want you to search their death records to see if you can find deaths of anybody. And MyHeritage is based in Israel, and they have lots of continental Europe, especially Eastern European content, because of where the folks in Israel came from. I'm just saying. I want to remind you, genealogy databases are tools that contain information that can be used for finding information for our research. In addition to the big four, examples include Fold3.com, Find a Grave, Billion Graves, Newspapers.com, the Digital Library of Georgia, Genealogy Bank. Some are free, some are not. So I'm just saying, investigate. And I've given you the resource to look for those, particularly the genealogy and the family history software. Some of the major examples are Legacy Family Tree, Roots Magic, and Family Tree Maker. And I've given you links on your handout to get to sites where you can evaluate them. Cindy's list you need to be aware of for everything you do in genealogy or history, because this started out as a graduate school project, master's degree project for Cindy Engel, and she started categorizing everything that could be of use to a genealogy or history researcher. And so she's put all these websites into categories. And so you've got software and computers. See, I just went down with, this is just an alphabetical list of categories. Down to me, I better be clear. And so you scroll down. So I was looking for, I looked under computers. I don't think I found anything. So I went to software and computers and found this. And I need to update this slide. I haven't taken an image since 2013. But at that point, there were 686 entries under that category. So I went to software and computers. Up there at the top, you see the arrow at software and computers. And then I scrolled down to articles, comparisons, and reviews and clicked on that. And that gives you exactly what it says, articles about the different software, comparisons between them, and reviews. And this shows the list, and there are 34 links, or were then. And you notice that this is international in scope. You've got a Hungarian one, a Dutch one, and this is just A through E. I'm just saying. GenSoft Reviews is another great place to look for reviews on software. You need to decide what meets your needs the best. And so looking at these reviews, and you notice up there at the top, you can sort by licenses, platforms. So if you've got a Mac, you're going to want to limit your search to those that can work on a Mac. You're going to figure out, you'll do the drop down and you'll see what types, whether it's charting software or some other specific, or whether you want it to be, you just want to look at everything. And you can sort by different criteria. I always like the latest review, because if I'm going to buy something, it's probably got to be the latest edition. So I want the latest review on whatever that is. So then you change all those parameters, and you can search. But it will also just sort the whole list. But as you see, this is 1,037 programs in total that this site reviews. Now, this is another thing that you can do. If you do top 10 reviews and put in family history software, they update this every year. But this is what they did for 2020. And they explain the criteria that they use for getting to this. And then this is what they came up with at the end. It's the best value, the best user experience, best charting capability. Family Historian is out of England. Legacy Family Tree has been sold to MyHeritage.com. Jeff Rasmussen, who started it, is still involved with it and still doing it. And they also have webinars on a monthly basis that's a subscription. But this is good software. All of these are good software. So I'm just saying, but if charting is what your primary interest is, do this. But you're going to find when you look at these detailed reviews that some that's good and other things also has really good charting capability. I mean, this one did the best on charts, but they weren't as good on ease of use and overall rating and stuff. So this is why I'm saying you can use these things, all of which are on your handout, to do it. Now, you want to use, let me go back a minute to state that Roots Magic and Legacy have free editions you can use. Last time I checked, you could put 50 names in Roots Magic before you had to pay, so you could try it out to see how you like it. Legacy Family Tree has a standard edition that is totally free, but it doesn't have some of the bells and whistles that give you real power with it. Both of them, though, do make it easy to cite your sources, which was a breakthrough when they finally added that piece to all of this family history software. There are 3 levels of government records: federal, state, and local. So this is an example of a federal record. A death certificate is an example of a state level record, even though it is kept at both state and local level. It's generated at the local level, but it's mandated by the state. Government records and when I say local, it means town, city, county, township. And you do need to understand the definition of things like town and township depending on what state you're in, because those terms can have very different definitions and meanings that you need to understand. I'm going to keep harping on the fact that we make assumptions based on where we are about what things mean, and they get us into deep doo-doo. Here's another example. This is a Texas County tax roll from 1846 from Nacogdoches County in 1837. And you'll see that it's giving you the land, the valuation, the Negroes, the valuation, the cattle, the valuation, horses and mules, the valuation, miscellaneous, the valuation, then the aggregate, and then the amount of taxes. And then it finally gives you the name of who it's all about. This is an example of a military record. We think of military records as being draft registrations, compiled service records. Actually, Freedmen's Bureau records are military records because they were compiled by the War Department. But nobody categorizes them that way, which drives me a little crazy, but you know, I'm a little weird. But this is an example of a different kind of military record. You've got the U.S. National Homes for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers from 1866 to 1938. It's the historical register, and this is from Family Search. And this is from the home in Hampton, Virginia. Here's another one. This is from a compiled service record, and this is a volunteer Union soldier who served in organizations from the state of Texas. We'll look at him a little closer. Church records are really, really important, particularly in the South, and I'll show you why. And it may be equally important elsewhere for finding African Americans in white churches. I just don't know enough about those other areas to say, but I know in the South they're critically important. So this is an example of a compilation of a church history. You're not looking at the original records, but somebody compiled this history on this church, so you can get really good information. And you notice that they compile the membership list as males and females, and you notice they're using those blooming initials instead of names, which annoys me, but that's what they did at certain times. This is the Millstone Church in the Broad River Valley. This church is down in Oglethorpe County, Georgia, which is next to Clark County, and it's a still active church chugging away, and it is really old. And this is the membership records. Now, this is part of the membership records. This isn't all of them, but I want you to notice this is a listing of African American members of a white church before and after the Civil War. You've got the black members before the Civil War, and so it's often not giving you a last name, but sometimes it's giving you a death date. It's sometimes giving you a birth date, and it's telling you often the surname of the owner, which can be very helpful when you're doing African American research. So if you have ancestors and you're African American and you know what county they were in, you check those churches and try to figure out if they have got records that show your ancestors. Now, this is what's interesting. People assume that after the Civil War, people didn't keep going to the same church. Well, y'all, we're talking rural South country, and people who don't live in the country may not get this, but I grew up in the country. All of my neighbors were African American. I mean, we just do things different in the country. So black members after the Civil War, I want you to notice that this is a multi-column page, and from pages 148 to 152 are lists of African Americans, black members after the Civil War. Do you know how many names that is? And that's giving you the date that they joined the church. So I'm just saying, we make assumptions about how segregated we are, and how different things were and are, and we sometimes get it messed up. This is a map showing, this is from Cavaliers and Pioneers, Abstracts of Virginia Land Patents and Grants, 1623 to 1800, and this is a map that's opposite page 96 in that. And if you're doing Virginia research, and they were there early, this is a book you need to use. This is from an online version of Hadi Trust. and it's pronounced a gazillion different ways. It's spelled H-A-T-H-I, trust. But be aware, this can be very useful. And I'm talking about this because water was your major migration trail. It was the cheapest, fastest way to get from point A to point B. They didn't settle at Jamestown randomly. You know, they were looking for a good harbor. They were looking for a large river. And all of these land people who got land had access to the water because they were going to be growing agricultural crops. They needed to get them to the river so that they could get them to the ships, so that they could send them back across the water to England so that they could get paid. This was what this colony was about, was money. So you'll notice the same thing in Louisiana. You'll find that a lot of times the strips of land are very long and narrow. There's a narrow neck along the river, and the plantation may go way back, but and it may be many thousands of acres, but they've got water access. And I'm talking about this because I'm trying to talk about migration trails and roads. As you're trying to get back up the trail to figure out where your ancestors came from, you've got to know where these trails were and the roads were. So you always want to look for where the nearby water was and what direction did the rivers and waterways flow. A lot of people left Southern Europe from Northern European ports like Rotterdam and Hamburg because that's the way the river flowed, and that was the cheapest, fastest way for them to get the hell out of Dodge, shall we say, when they needed to flee. So keep those things in mind when you're trying to trace your ancestors back. And it's time for break, and I'm sorry we had technical difficulties that delayed us. So let's take a 10-minute break and go get water, coffee, bathroom break, whatever you need, and we'll keep working on this basic steps overview and start on census records after. Oops. Oops, I forgot to show them that slide. Oh well. Yes.
Did you unmute?
Huh?
Unmute?
How do I do that? How do I mute? See, I don't see a control from you anywhere. Oh, good. Right there.
Yeah,
Are you seeing my screen now?
it's gone, that's good, it's gone. Yeah, this is good.
Okay,
Everything's comfortable.
okay, good.
Oops.
One of my friends who signed up for this, and I thought I recognized her name on the list, emailed me last night and said they didn't have power. So she didn't think she was going to get here. So she said, I hope they're recording this.
Alex will go into this and it's what we're trying to figure out. But this is the first time stuff like this has happened. So, but you never know with technology.
No.
You never know. It's like.
You never know. And when they've updated it, there are always bugs that I'm great at finding. Now, let me set my timer. So we'll break.
I do the same thing too. I wish I could set my timer on my phone.
Well, it's the only way. I can't pay attention to the clock and
Yeah.
do other stuff. Okay. We're gonna see if I can get us back on schedule. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody's back. We're gonna finish the migration trails. You'll notice that this is a picture from a database called Europeana. I think it is similar to the Digital Public Library of America, which is another great website, and compilation of online collections from all over the country that y'all need to play in, because you'll find it's really amazing. And you'll freak out when you see the URL for DPLA, because you will think that there's something wrong, but it's using the new style URLs. As some of you may have realized, many URLs are getting shorter and shorter and shorter as time goes on, and that is the goal, to eventually have very short URLs. But this is a picture of the immigrants waiting room in Hamburg, Germany, and it's from the New York Public Library Digital Gallery. And but it's from the exhibit Leaving Europe, A New Life in America, which is jointly curated by the Digital Public Library of America and Europeana. So it's another place to look for information. Okay, we're still finishing the basic steps, since I didn't get through it before. Okay, we're now back to organize your information, cite your sources, and sometimes add notes. It is really important sometimes that you explain exactly where things came from and how they were created, because that makes a lot of difference when you're evaluating validity. But you're going to want to figure out a filing system. There are lots of books on how to organize your genealogy out there. Check your public library to see what they've got. Check Amazon. Just Google organizing your genealogy. You'll find a lot of really good information and a lot of the free genealogy blogs. So I'm a big believer in not buying everything I see in genealogy, because then I'd have to add another floor to my house, and I'm trying to downsize at my age. So I'm even doing a lot of Kindle books, because then I don't have to dust them or build another bookshelf. I want you to be aware, and I mentioned this in the handout, to buy proper storage containers for your stuff. Archival means nothing. That term means nothing. So when it says archival file folders, ignore that. Anybody who knows anything about conservation, preservation, knows that that is not reliable. You're looking for other information, and I've tried to give you links to that information and tell you a little bit about it. And back up your computer files. Find a service like Carbonite, Backblaze, something like that, and use it. If you can find the product that does automatic backups, do it. Then you don't have to remember. I seem to lose total track of time. I've gotten to the point that I have to set alarms during the day for meetings I need to attend, because I'll get busy with something and then I'll realize I just missed a meeting, an online meeting. So sometimes we forget to back up our files, and you really don't want to do that with your genealogy. Okay, you really want to cite your sources, and this is the book that I mentioned earlier that you will want to consider doing. In this book, she also talks about analysis, analyzing the information and evaluating your evidence. And this is a really useful book. Elizabeth Shown Mills is the guru of source citation. And I'll show you the main book she's written that people are using. You're going to want to prepare for your research trips. Consult with folks who know the local area and its records. Local historical and genealogical and preservation societies can help. The U.S. GenWeb Project can help you. And use resources from the state archives of the state. But this is a page from the Family Search Wiki, and I just started typing in Harris, and I came up on the wiki, the Family Search Wiki, and then I clicked on this to get. So they have information on every county, and this is a good place to start for looking for information about places your ancestor lived and what you're going to be researching. And be clear on what you're looking for before you go, because what happens a lot of times is you get someplace and you haven't really thought through what you're looking for, and so you get sidetracked. Okay, census records. Please get out all your census pages, because we're going to have some exercises to do during this that I had you print out. And you may want to look at some of these as we go through, but that's up to you. So we have decennial federal population schedules. Now, the U.S. Census Bureau, since it has been created, does other censuses on other topics at other times. So there's an economic census. I mean, there are other censuses they do now, but they are fairly recent. I mean, the U.S. Census Bureau is a relatively recent creation in the history of the country. There are also non-population schedules that you need to be aware of and learn to use, because they can be very informative as well. The state census are very useful. Some states had censuses done on years that there was not a federal census done. And sometimes they were done to solve a particular problem or to provide information on a particular topic. In areas that were territories, there were also territorial censuses. Before a territory was made into a state or divided into multiple states, they had to know how many people were there. So there were different rules and regulations for different territorial censuses throughout the history. And then sometimes there are special censuses. And sometimes these are done just at the state level. So you need to be aware there are a lot of different records. The decennial ones are the ones we talked about earlier, where you every 10 years you've got this framework that can help you put families together. But there's a lot more out there. The basic facts are that the censuses were taken decennially from 1790 to 2020, excuse me. Information requested was as of the specific census day set by Congress for each. On the census forms for this year, the census day was April 1. So when you got your form, the information was supposed to be as of April 1, 2020. How many people were in this house, and what were their names? So if a baby was born April 15th, that baby wasn't supposed to get counted. You see what I'm saying? And if somebody died later, even though you didn't fill out your census until September, you still were supposed to do that. I mean, that person, if they were there April 1st, they got counted even though you didn't fill out the census till September. In addition to the basic population schedule, for many censuses, additional or supplementary schedules were taken. That's what things like the slave schedule, the agricultural schedule, the manufacture schedules, the mortality schedules that we're going to talk about were. They took the basic census and then they started on the other forms. So you can see it was a time-consuming process. And what we have access to online are copies. So sometimes there are lots of errors. Sometimes what was eventually sent to be microfilmed is like the third generation from the original that was taken by the census taker. So I'm just saying, when you know how many hands some of these censuses pass through, it's a miracle anything's right. Census takers wrote what they heard. And I forgot to say this at the beginning, but this is another one of my mantras and soapboxes, is spelling is irrelevant in genealogy, particularly when it comes to names. Just sound out anything you see, and when you've got a name you're not finding, start saying it aloud and figure out what the census taker might have written down. So some names that begin with P or PH might have started with an F when they wrote the name. We have that problem in Clark County. We have the name Phinizy, Phinizy. And in one set of ordinary court records, this poor man is listed as PH, and some of them, from whoever wrote it down, was paying attention at the time. And in other places, he's written as Finize. So I'm just saying. Early census takers had to supply all their own materials, and you're going to see some examples of what that results in. And this is really hard work, and they were talking with the public. Look at your blank 1790 census form, and let's clarify who was counted. According to Dollarhide's census book, the term free person excluded Indians living on treaty land and those who were exempt from paying taxes or voting. All other persons meant slaves, because in some southern states, the slave population was between 39 and 43% of the population. Congress felt counting slaves as full people would give the southern states too much representation. All right, here is a 1790 census from the Family Search database. And this is from Duplin County. Now, you're going to look at this citation and go, oh my God, I'll never be able to write all that down. Well, y'all, I'm telling you, Family Search gives you the citation. At the bottom of the images, you can go down, and there are two little arrows down there, and that open up bigger screens. One is usually an index to the page, and the other one is a citation or information screen. And you can just copy and paste that citation. The only thing you may need to change is the date. I'm just saying. So I want you to look at that 1790 page while you're looking at this screen, particularly when I broke it up. So you'll see this looks a lot littler, you know, those columns. He's got all the right columns there, except he doesn't have a separate column for county, city, and page, because he's incorporated that into another thing. Remember, they didn't have printed forms for the most part in 1790. So he wrote out this page the way he wanted. This is the schedule of whole number of persons within the division allotted to James Keenan. And he's got the column over here, names of heads of family, and he's got Duplin County, then he's got the column headings, and then he's got the names of the people, and then he's got the numbers. So you see how different these things may look, but this is why it is good you've got the column headings, because then you can actually read what you're looking at. This is an 1820 census page. I want you to notice that it's like kind of taped together. It was pieced together. No column headings up here, which is what you're going to see on a lot of these. Now, by 1820, I think they had printed forms, but if they ran out, you know, they made up their own. So I'm just saying. This is a blow up of this page, so you can see a little more detail. And see, this is where I'm talking about at the bottom of your family search screen. You can click on these to get the information you need. But now you can see, but without that printed 1820 census form, you would have a hard time deciphering this if you were looking at this online. See, all this advanced work I made you do was not just to be mean. All right, this is the 1940 federal census population schedule for my husband's father, Shelton Carter. And this shows my husband's family back in 1940. And they are living in the Buck Branch District, 220, Georgia, Clark County. Now, Georgia has these political subdivisions called militia districts. You will see them even on transportation maps today sometimes where it says GMD. For years I thought it was Georgia Militia District, but I think it's really supposed to be General Militia District, although I've heard it both ways in different things I've read. These were created early on to identify the districts for militia. They actually were militia districts. The state passed legislation in 1804 that gave each district a number. Now, some of those have vanished and they've added some new ones. In Clark County, I remember when they added a couple of new ones back in the 1950s. But anyway, these can be helpful. Every state does not have these, but these can help narrow the area within a county where people were located. And if you're looking for other county records like poor school lists or tax lists or whatever within a county, they usually organize those by militia district. So you'll go to the militia district you found your person in before, and then you'll see the other people surrounding them. So this just helps you narrow the area within a county your ancestors were in. And hopefully I'll demonstrate that. This is a map from the Surveyor General's office, and I got this from the Georgia Archives site, and this is showing you the general militia districts, and we're in Clark County. So here's Clark County, and these are the militia district numbers. And I live in 218 and have for most of my life. And then this is 226, this is 220. Remember that other census said Buck Branch District 220? Now, originally, the militia districts were named for the captains, and they still carried those names. But sometimes the state got too many reports in from these militia captains with the same names. Captain Smith's district. Well, sorry, that's not very helpful. So they gave them numbers in 1804. Yes, that's 1804. So those numbers has pretty much stayed stagnant. So this can help you. So we're going to look more in detail at this, and I'll show you why. So this is a blow up of the Shelton Carter. You've got him listed as the head. You've got the gender, race, age, married or single, whether they've been in school, and all, and how much, what their level of education is. And all of these are clues. You don't want to just ignore all this stuff out here because it can be very useful. In 1940, we'd just come off the Great Depression. So they were trying to figure out how things were stabilized since 1935. So one of the questions was, are you in the same residence as you were in 1935? And so this family was, because they had bought that farm in 1934. And then you go on across, and then it tells you that Shelton was a clerk at the AAA, which is the agricultural, AAA, something, it was a federal agency with education. And then it goes on to give you additional information. Now, we are going back, we're looking for Shelton in 1920. Now, you would not skip from 1940 to 1920. You would do 1940, 1930. You'd look for Shelton again in 1930. Then you'd look for him in 1920. And then you'd look in 1910 until it was too far back for him to be born. So Shelton Carter, you find living in this house. Excuse me, in Beaver Dam District, Oglethorpe County. In Beaver Dam District, they didn't put the number there in this one. They were still using militia districts at some points in time in these censuses. Earlier, they may not have been, but at this point they were. So you're seeing also that this is the dwelling number and this is the family number. So this is telling you that there are two families in this dwelling. Okay, so these numbers over here that we often ignore can be very helpful. Now, here is Beaver Dam District 226 in Oglethorpe County. And we were in 220, and you'll find that it was right adjacent. So Shelton moved from his father's place, Thomas J. Carter, kind of into Clark County because that's where he was working, but it wasn't far. It was easy to go back home and visit. So this is listing Thomas Carter, here's Shelton, and here are Shelton's brothers and sisters. And you keep working across, and you see that he was a farmer, general farm work back in 1920. And the thing is Charlie Ray is listed in the same household, which is really interesting. And he's a hand, and he's black, and he's a laborer, and again, a general farm laborer, but he's not a farmer. Okay, so now we've gone back looking for Thomas Carter back to 1880. So, because we're trying to track this family back. So now we get to the mother. She's listed as head of household in the 1880 census. So she's obviously a widow. Well, not obviously, but is. And farmer, and then this gives you the other information. And here you find Thomas, and he's at school, and you find out where everybody was born. I'm just trying to quickly go through this so you can kind of see what your process is going to be. Now, this is the mortality schedule. These are really great. I have never found any of my ancestors on these, but I know tons of people who have. So I wish all the best for them. My ancestors died 1 year off on either side, not the right year. These were taken at the same time that the general census was taken. And these identified everybody who died in the year preceding the census date. So this is the census schedule for a county in North Carolina, Cherokee County, in 1850. So that meant everybody who died between, and I can't remember what the census date was. Oh, and I didn't add it to my notes, sorry. Anyway, everybody who died 365 days prior to the census is listed on here. Now, this guy's writing is really neat, but it's hard to read, I think. So I blew it up. But see, this is telling you the age of the person who died. It's a female. It's giving you the name. North Carolina, that is what that says. I told you his handwriting is neat, but it's hard to read. And they died in May and drowned. William Britton was 11 years old, male, North Carolina. I mean, this is telling you where they were born. Died in January, inflammation of the bowels, age, and he was ill for 5 days. This person was ill for 7 months, and these people died of unknown causes, but it tells you how long they were ill. This guy died of an accident. July, Francis. So do you see? Now, please notice that this does free and slaves. People think that they can't find any information on their ancestors, but you're going to get the name of the person, even if they are a slave, and the date they died. So I'm just saying this is another resource for people that is often overlooked. People think about the slave schedules, but this gives you a lot more information. Unfortunately, it's only for the year, okay, this is June 1st. So the census day was 1st of June. So anybody who died in the year preceding June from 1849 to 1850 is going to be listed here. Do y'all see what those do? This is scrolling down. I want you to take a look. So this is giving you the age, gender, race, and what they die of. And notice you've got a suicide in here, old age, inflammation of the bowels, unknown, apoplexy. I mean, so it's really kind of interesting what you can find out about your family. Now, this is the 1850 regular slave schedule, and these list the name of the slave owner and then the number of persons and their ages and gender. And on some of these, I think it's the 1860, they give you the number of dwellings. Here's the 1860 slave schedule for Selma, Dallas County, Alabama. So you see some people in this area had a lot more slaves. This is part of the Black Belt. Selma is part of the Black Belt. This blows it up so you can see. And see, this gives you the number of slave dwellings. It is 1860 that does that. And this can help you when you go down to the bottom of that list and see the total number, because you can kind of, based on age and gender, sometimes put people, guesstimate as to who was in a family. Sometimes you've got tons and tons of male slaves of a certain age, you know, like in their 30s or 40s. So there may be not enough dwellings to break into individual families, but they would be like in a dorm type thing. You got a question?
Yeah. It doesn't say the race. This is a question. Do they assume they were black?
Yes, they had to be. Slaves had to be black at this point in time in this part. Now, if they had been in earlier and in Florida, it could have been Native American, because Native Americans had Indian slaves as well as black slaves.
We have a question. What does the black belt mean?
The black belt was, you will see it on historical atlas maps if you look for economic things. There was a band of very rich soil that cotton mainly was grown in. And so there were large numbers of slaves. So it was called the Black Belt. Some people say because of the color of the soil in some areas, but others because of the number of slaves. But this is the area for rich agriculture that extended from Georgia into Mississippi. And I don't think it went into Louisiana, but it may have. Okay, Kayla is telling me no.
Not that soil.
Right, I don't think it's soil either. I think it's the people, but I've read that is what.
That's the original definition. Is the soil which allowed for large cultivation of cotton.
Except in Georgia, part of that area is red clay. See, that's why it's weird. But Oglethorpe County is Oglethorpe, Hancock, Glasscock counties in Georgia have a lot of it. So, but anyway, this is an area that was very rich. The people who owned the land made a lot of money and were very rich, and therefore owned a lot of slaves. So it's a place you're going to find good records unless they have a burned courthouse, because people were rich. So you look at estate and probate records. This is the 1860 manufacturer's record. Manufacturer's schedule from Anson County, North Carolina. This is another one of those non-population schedules. So you see that it's giving you, I'm sorry that this is hard to read, but you printed these out, I think, so you can read them better. But do you see the kind of information you're able to get off of these? So if somebody, and just because somebody's on the agricultural schedule and says they're farmers, or is in the regular schedule and it says farmers, don't ignore this manufacturer schedule, because they may have had a side job with a blacksmith or something else going on in addition to their farming operation. So you may find more information about them on these. So if they're in Anson County, North Carolina in 1860, check all of these additional non-population schedules for your folks. This is an 1850 agricultural schedule for Greene County, Georgia. And so you got the name of the person, and then it lists the different crops and the yields and how many, it talks about the acres. So you get a lot of really good information. There was a minimum that you had to produce to be included on this. So you could be a very small scale farmer, or maybe didn't produce enough, and you aren't going to be included on here. But look on these if your folks were farming. All right, instructions to enumerators are really important to understanding the information gathered. This is from the U.S. Bureau of the Census, 1930 Census Instructions to Enumerators, Population, and Agriculture. And you've got a link to it. It's an online document from the U.S. Census Bureau site. And this is talking about what in the column 30, this is for the 1930 census, what a veteran was. You write yes for a man who is an ex-service veteran of the United States Forces, and it lists mobilized for any war or expedition, and no for a man who is not an ex-service veteran. No entry is to be made in this column for males under 21 years of age, nor for females of any age whatsoever. And then where the column answer in column 30 is yes, you're supposed to give the name of the war expedition in which the man served. And then it lists, so you see the instructions to enumerators, excuse me, y'all, are very clear. But keep reading, it's even more interesting because it says those men are to be counted as veterans who were in the service during the period of any U.S. war, even though they may not have gotten beyond the training camp. And then it gives you the time frames that you would consider it. But persons are not veterans of an expedition, however, unless they actually took part in the expedition. So if it was a war, you enter that. But if it was during the time frame of the Mexican expedition and they didn't go, they're not counted, because it clarifies that if you were not in Mexico or the Mexican waters, or the vets in China or Chinese waters, you're not counted. And people who were in the military or naval service of the United States during peace times only are not to be listed as veterans. So if you have pictures of your ancestor in a military uniform and he is not listed as a veteran in 1930, you know why. He just didn't fit this very specific criteria. So don't get confused. I'm just saying, understanding the census instructions can help you. Remember what I said about assumptions? Okay, this is part of kind of an evaluating evidence exercise. Okay, this is the 1940 schedule. Grief and Roberta Carey were neighbors of mine out in the 218th district. And see, you've got United States Census 1940, Georgia Clark, Militia District 218. And this is listing, and the name of the district is Preers District. Yeah, I know it, strange spelling, but that's how it's pronounced. And I just copied and pasted this citation from the bottom of the thing. So let's see if we can see this a little better. I want you to notice all the strike throughs on this. You've got things changed. You've got things miswritten. Oh, and the nice thing about this is this tells you who provided the information. In 1930, this is the mark they used to indicate who provided the information to the census taker, who sat down with the census taker. So you see, you've got all of this basic information. And is there a way these change in land values can be better evaluated? And the other nice thing is that Grief and Roberta, Grief is on line 39, so he ends up being in the supplemental questions. And what's another interesting thing about that form? Look at column 14 on your blank sheet. And this is the 1940 census. Just as a reminder, I want you to look at column 14 on the 1940 census. And I want you to look at the level of education most of these people were able to obtain. The highest level on this page is age 9. But see, Grief got the extra questions down there at the bottom because he was on one of those 2 lines. 1940 is interesting because it is the first census that they started using sampling. There was a huge debate about whether going door to door was the best way or sampling. So in 1940 for the census, was the first time they tried sampling. And you'll notice that there are numbers on both sides of most of these census pages so that you can keep lined up when you're working across. Particularly online, it's not so hard if you're looking at a big old census sheet laid out, but when you're working from microfilm or these online images, you really need to be able to make sure you're on the same line so you're getting the right information. Also notice on this page, if you look at this page carefully, you'll notice a lot of things just were not filled in. So my question, as somebody looking at this, is, do we really want to trust everything this census taker took down? See how much stuff he's marked through? And he didn't replace it with other information. Do you see what I'm saying? There's just a lot of things on this that would give me question as to how accurate the information on this page is. You have another question?
Just somebody said they didn't get the census example.
They were supposed to download them, so I can't help them there. I'm sorry, in the handout, the advanced handout, there was a list of census you needed to print out. And we're going to use them later, so I'm sorry. Here is the 1790 federal census, and I picked this page because I thought it was interesting. This is from ancestry.com. And I want you to look at that 1790 United States blank census schedule and tell me, looking at the columns, this is for Orangeburg, South Carolina. Looking at the columns, because you're not getting county city page because that's somewhere else on here. You're starting, the first column you're going to use is really column 4, which is the names of heads of family. And then you're going to go over to the others, and I want you to look at what you see interesting about this page.
At the top, it says not stated.
What do you mean not stated?
Well, under the first line, it says if it's empty, maybe it means that the person that gave the information did not state it. I mean, did not say it.
Okay, wait a minute. Are you looking at the image on the screen?
Yes.
And your 1790 U.S. federal census form from the Ancestry?
Right, I have that copy too.
Okay, so I'm not seeing that not stated. I'm talking about the actual information on this screen, but since there are no column headings, I want you to use the 1790 blank to look.
Right.
At that next to the last column from the right.
All other persons.
All other free persons.
Oh, free. It didn't on this copy.
So notice that here you've got 3 people who are heads of household who are obviously free, but they're not white because they're not listed in the white column. And this is 1790. So you've got John Pendarvis, William Pendarvis, Joseph Pendarvis, William Pendarvis, and John Pendarvis, who are heads of household. And it's listing all the other free persons in that household. Oops, excuse me. And then it's showing their slaves, 1, 1, and 4.
So they own slaves.
They own slaves, but they are free persons of color.
Right.
So mulatto, any.
Well, maybe not. They may not be mulatto. They may be black. You have to remember how we are taught American history in this country is really bizarre. So I'm just saying, you also have to remember, this is Orangeburg, South Carolina. We had very close ties in the 1700s with the Caribbean, and even in the early 1800s. A lot of people migrated from the Caribbean to, the United States, both during the colonial period and during the early federal period. So, but there is a book that was compiled by Deborah Newman at the National Archives that's 44 pages long, multi-column, of free blacks of color who were listed, free black heads of household in the 1790 census. And we don't think of there being that many free blacks that early. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to show you examples of how we sometimes make assumptions and we're not really looking at what we're not understanding what's in front of us. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Okay, here's a census form exercise. I want you to look at the census forms you printed out and tell me the first census that lists the names of everyone in a free household. I'll give you about 3 minutes and I'll set the timer.
$18.50.
18. Okay. Boy, you were fast.
I got them all printed out like you said.
Yeah, but you went through them fast. Takes a while to flip through those suckers.
I got more problems than
Huh?
I got other problems. I can do that.
Okay, the answer is 1850. That is the first year. So keep that in mind, that's going to be the first time that you get a list of everyone in a free household. Okay, the next one is what years from 1790 to 1940 do or does the population schedule census form not request information about African Americans? We don't care whether they're free, we don't care whether they're slave. We just want to know if there are any census forms that don't request information about African Americans. I'm doing this because I want y'all to start paying attention to all the information you can glean from these forms that we tend to ignore.
Looks like 1870. Am I wrong?
Look again, look carefully.
1930 is the only one I see.
Oh,
1830.
that was white. And that looks, doesn't show people of color.
It is actually the race column is what you call it.
No, but I don't see a race column.
I'm asking.
1880.
Look again, look carefully at that form.
Oh, look at this. Okay.
I'm sticking with 1930.
Look again.
I think they all do it.
See, they do nativity where you
Look at
can.
1930 under personal description.
Oh. Population schedule. This is 1930.
Seems like we usually do it today.
Oh, it's page 2.
1850.
Look again.
So none of them.
Well, I see a separate.
You're right,
slate-
none.
slate
There is
schedule
no
of
Yeah,
census.
1850.
Gosh.
There is no census from 1790 to 1940 that does not request information about African Americans.
Wow.
That's a trick question. It's not fair.
No, it's not a trick question. The whole point is to let you know that there is information out there. African Americans can do research. It is hard. It is challenging. They have a different set of problems to overcome from 1870 back. But I want to be encouraging that there is information out there and they were not totally ignored. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it's kind of this vague misunderstanding that there are no records at all. And they may not be the most illuminating records, but you know, it's amazing what you can find with the right strategy. So I'm trying to be encouraging here. Okay. Now, this one, what censuses or reports the birthplace of each person in the household?
Oh. Well, that's got to start after.
Now, it doesn't mean they're always 1850 is one.
1870.
Eighteen
1900.
Y'all are missing some.
It's 1850 through 1870 for sure. So, then it stops.
Is it 1850 and on?
Exactly, 1850 forward. You've got the birthplace of each person in the household. Now, it's not always correct. You may find in 1850 they list one place, in 1860 another place, in 1880 another place. So I'm just saying, but they do give you clues as to where people are from. Which population schedule or schedules report the relationship of each person to the head of a household?
Is that also 1850 and on?
No. Look carefully at 1850. Does it tell you the relationship?
$1880.
The answer is 1880 forward.
Got it.
From 1880 forward, the schedules report the relationship of each person to the head of the household. However, there may not always be right. Okay, we got one more before we go to citing sources. Okay, which population schedule or schedules records the number of children born to a mother and how many are living? And I want you to think about which basic organizational form that we've talked about this morning.
Mortality.
Can this information help you fill out?
I don't think I've printed that one.
The answer is 1990.
You mean 1890?
I'm sorry, 1890.
That's one of them.
I'm sorry, it's 1900. And
that one too.
And I actually used that form or this census to prove one of my grandmothers that she actually was my grandmother because her daughter was illegitimate. And I used this to get into the DAR on this 1900 census.
I'm surprised they didn't require additional information as well.
Well, they did, but I also used the census as a,
right.
a reference, as, one of the references.
Right. It's 1890, 1900, and 1910.
I thought the 1890 census is burned.
A lot of it is burned, but they asked the question. Okay, citing sources. We're moving on to that from now till lunch, and hopefully I'll still get us through by noon. Okay, the only rule that can't be broken is to be clear. This is a quote from Thomas W. Jones, who is a noted genealogical lecturer and writer. There are 5 basic questions a citation must answer. Who created the record? What is the record about? When was the record created? Where within the source is the information located? And where is the source? Those are your 5 basic questions. Evidence Explained, 3rd edition revised, is the Bible of genealogical citation. However, it is 892 pages, and it is somewhat confusing and difficult to use. It costs more than $50. So when you need it, use the copy at your library, and just make sure you look for the 3rd edition revised, because there are multiple editions out there. What you will find more useful is the one I keep talking about. This is also by Elizabeth Shown Mills. It is much more, it gives you more of the basics that you need and can really be helpful, and it costs you less than $20. And it's only 124 pages. And much of that is those 300 examples of citations in different formats. So online resources for citation are plentiful. In genealogy, history, Chicago manual style is the preferred style, and that's what Elizabeth Shown Mills has adapted for her stuff. So you can do a Google search for Chicago Manual Style Online Citation Guide and come up with a bunch of different hits. So you can easily find these style guides online. And these are a couple, and I think I included these in your handout. And this is one of those. This one is a free Chicago citation generator. And so you would pick whether, you would pick whether it's a website, a book, a journal, or click on more for anything else. And then if it's a website, you'll copy and paste the website URL into here, then click on search, and it's going to create the citation. If it's a book, you will enter whatever it's asking for and do the same. Same for the journal and whatever. And then it's going to format the citation for you, and then you just copy and paste it. So it's not as hard to do good citations as it used to be. Here's another one, Easy Bib.
But do you just then print those out and put them in your 3-ring binder, or can you keep these electronically?
Say that again.
So you did the Chicago thing and you got this nice citation, but is this something that you print out and you keep a hard copy, or you?
Well, you would add it to your document. See, when you find a document that you want to use, you've got to cite where you got it. So if you find something online, like you find a website, or say somebody in your family sends you a document or a photo, you're going to need to cite where you got that. So they tell you it is a photograph of your great-great-grandmother, Lucille Jones. And she was approximate age. So you're going to need, now these are not going to help you with that, but you're going to need to put some kind of citation with that so you know where you got it. And the Mills book, the evidence evaluation, evidence analysis and citation, the small one will give you a citation example that you can use for that. These are things you add to things that you're accumulating in your research. I'm just showing you where you can find out how to construct them so that you can do it easily and do good citations.
Okay, thank you.
Is that helping?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, in Easy Bib, you would pick what kind of thing it was, enter what it tells you to enter, and then click on Cite This, and it's going to compile it. The National Archives has a separate citation style, and they have a link to a PDF that you can download to your computer, so you don't have to keep trying to find it in their website. And then you can cite things you get from the National Archives. And then if you want to look in the Family Search Research Wiki, you can enter source citation, and it's sending you to an article, how do you do source citations and professional reports, and source citations for Argentina Catholic Church records. I mean, on and on and on. So there are all kinds of ways that you can find. Here's crafting a genealogical source citation, and then principles of source citation. So there are ways you can find to cite these complicated things properly. I'm just trying to make it clear that it's not as complicated or difficult as it used to be. And it used to be a pain because you were working kind of blind. Now you can easily find things online. And see, this is another example from the Family Search Wiki of how to craft a genealogical source citation. You also will find citation page information or citation information at all major universities. Clayton State's got this on their website. I picked this one just because I'm in Athens and UGA's there, but they have citation style guides and they have citation management tools. So if you click on citation style guides, here they are, and you can just click, and it tells you that the entire Chicago Manual of Style is now available in Galileo. You really don't want that, because most of what you want to do is going to be fairly simple. I just want to be clear that you don't want to use these other styles as a rule. You want to use Chicago Manual. And then citation management tools these are software that you would use, and you can install or update these. Now, I don't remember that all of these are free, but I'm just trying to clarify that citation is really important, and it's really important you do it well, but it's the most boring part of genealogy. But if you don't do it, you might as well not do anything else. I'm just saying, you know. Now, and this is an example of why it is really important to add notes because it's clarifying exactly what this came from, but how it was compiled. And those notes can be very helpful when you're trying to evaluate information. Gosh, I can't believe it. I finished early. Okay, document analysis and evaluation is what we're taking up after lunch. So I've got 2 different times. Are there any questions or comments y'all want to talk about before we break for lunch? Y'all, I don't bite, and I'm not judgmental. We're here to learn.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not exactly about citations. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how to find information prior to the 1790 census about tracking ancestors.
We will show you some of those documents later today, but you will, depending on where they were and when and their circumstances, where were they and what time period other than pre-1790. I mean, the census is just your basic framework.
Right.
You're going to be using all kinds of other things like estate records, probate records, deeds, marriage records.
Right. And I don't have anything for that particular ancestor prior to his will, which was 1790. And that's it.
Okay. And, but that will was in a place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I know where he's buried.
All right. Did he, in that will, who did he leave his property to? And did he have deeds to that property?
He left his property to his wife and children. I don't know about the specific location of where his home was.
Yeah, well, you'll read that will again, and y'all are going to spend some time with the will later in this next section. And you're going to take it apart. And we're going to talk about where you go to find the information that he gives you clues to in that will. So maybe that will help. But you would look in the deed book for the county he was living in and where the will was probated to see what property he owned. And you will also, in addition to the will, you want to look for estate records to see what inventories and how things were actually dispersed.
Okay.
And we'll look at some of that.
A big lawsuit court about that will.
Oh, good. That's great. Did you find the court records?
Yes, we have the court records. My particular ancestor was his son that his wife was pregnant with when he passed away. And so he was not included in the will, and she had to go to court with her next husband to fight to get him included in the will so he could receive from it.
So usually they say heirs or assigns. And so, you know, usually that would cover people who were born after death, but.
It should have, but it apparently did not.
Okay, well, some of the stuff we're gonna do later should help some of this, so keep those questions in mind. But you're gonna look for, I would also look for, stuff in the newspaper about him. You're not likely to find an obituary at that time period, but you should find legal notice.
Yeah, I've already tried to find newspaper things. This is for Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. And I've not been able to find anything at all. I think that we found one document pertaining to him. We're looking for a liquor license, basically, to have a tavern in town, and that was it.
Well, then you probably are going to find, if there were newspapers, he probably had an ad in the newspaper. And think about other places that a business would be other than, but I would look for the deeds to the property, and I would look for locally for the disbursement of that estate, and not just the court thing that does your ancestor, but the stuff that was done prior to his birth.
Okay.
Hello?
Wait a minute.
Sorry. I have a question in regards to adoptions.
Okay, adoptions are really hard because most adoption records are sealed. I hope that DNA is something that you will tackle. This is a question from chat. So I hope that at some point you will do DNA. You do need to think carefully about the privacy aspects and the emotional aspects of what happens when you do DNA tests and you get surprise results, or the people you contact aren't so open. There's a book I will track down. I remember part of the title, but I can't remember the author, and there are like 10 books with this title. So I've got to get the correct information, and I'll give that to you after lunch. And, but adoptions are hard. You're going to need to work from the state you think they were adopted in. Do you know where the birth certificate that they were given was from?
In Tennessee. In Tennessee.
Okay, and did you check with whatever the Tennessee State Adoption Network is?
I'm a beginner. I'm a novice.
Okay, then in Cindy's list, remember that categorized list I showed you where we found the software and computers?
Yes.
Go there and look under adoption as a category. She will send you to a gazillion places. The other thing to do, but you need to figure out what they do in Tennessee, because every state's like a different country. And also look in the Family Search Wiki. And there are whole books and chapters in books on genealogy methodology that can give you some very concrete tips. And the Family Search Wiki also has a good article on adoption. So those get you started.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else before we go to lunch? I think we're past noon now.
Okay. One quick question. You're talking about the deed books in the county they lived in. Are those typically online, or do you have to go to the courthouse?
It depends. In Georgia, few of them are online. Gwinnett County has done a great job of digitizing and getting them online. Most clerks of court in Georgia do not really want the deeds online because it is a revenue stream they depend on. Gwinnett County evidently got a grant. I can't remember how they funded it. They charge for printing them out, but I think you can search for free. And I wish more clerks of court in Georgia would adopt that model.
I've got a lot of people from Washington County. Do you know anything about that since it's near you over there?
Well, it depends on the time frame, because if I recall, Washington County was burned several times.
Either 1855 or 56 somewhere.
Yeah, 1855 or 56. And there's a great book that if you got a lot of Georgia folks, you want to buy, and that is a book by Paul K. Graham, and it's called something like Courthouse Disasters in Georgia. He goes county by county and he tells you what records were destroyed, because just because there was a fire doesn't mean they lost everything. So it tells you what was lost, what's still there, and what was lost in each disaster that hit each county, so that you're not looking for things that don't exist.
Okay, thank you.
I missed the name of that book. What was the name of that book again?
It's something like Courthouse Disasters in Georgia.
Paul K. Graham wrote it.
Yes.
We can get you the exact title.
And we'll get you the exact title. Kayla's knows she's got it downstairs. That's the kind of thing, like I said, even if, they've got all kinds of books that can help you here, mainly focused on Georgia, but they also have basic reference tools that you can use. So this is a good place to come to research if you're within driving distance. You folks in Fairfax and Missouri and might not want to make it here, but
And if you go, can we go to the Georgia archives now, or is it not open during COVID?
They're not open to the public right now, except for original documents. And y'all would not be using original documents probably at this point in time. But they have asked an archivist.
Yes.
They have asked an archivist, and a lot of stuff is online in Virtual Vault. That's why I want y'all to watch the webinar that GGS is doing in November, and I'll get you that exact day. I can't remember numbers. I think it is November 12th. It's in the evening. It's totally free. It's easy to register for, so that can be one of your lunch assignments while you're inhaling your lunch. Go to the Georgia Genealogical Society website. Just Google Georgia Genealogical Society and look under learn or programs. I can't remember how they have it listed, and go down and register for the free webinar, and then put it on your calendar so you get there.
They actually do Georgia Genealogical Society webinars if you do the search.
Yes. They're very good, and the one coming up is about using the Virtual Vault, which is the digital records that Georgia Archives has put online. So, and it's a database, and you need to learn how to search it.
And
all right, let's go to lunch. Excuse me, go ahead.
No, I just said we need to join all these things, though, right? Like, to get the most information, we need to join the.
Well, I think so, but that's why I told y'all to join your local society, and any of you who live near Cobb County may want to join the Cobb Genealogical Society, because they are a very active society. And if you live down in this area near where the archives is, you may want to join the Genealogical Society of Henry and Clayton counties. They have a research facility. I think it's open now. I think I got an email that the Brown House is now open. But regardless, I mean, find a local society and join them and network. I mean, like I say, they're your support system. When people who aren't interested in genealogy see you coming and run. I'm just saying. It happens. Okay, let's come back at, let's see, my phone is telling me it is 12:03. So let's come back at 12:33. Now set my timer. Now let's figure out how to mute me again. Where do we go? Did we see? We had to do this first so we could see that bottom. Yes.
Yes.
Hey, I'm enjoying this.
Oh, good.
I'm enjoying this. This is so important. You are such an awesome presenter.
Oh, good.
You
Thank
just
you.
make me feel comfortable and fun,
Good.
knowledgeable.
Well, you gotta laugh about genealogy because you can get so frustrated.
So you're just great.
But it is so fascinating. I mean, I thought I knew history till I started doing genealogy because I'd minored in history in college.
Yes.
And have always read a lot of history. When I was a kid, I read every biography at the Athens Regional Library System.
Yeah.
I mean, so I've always read history. So I thought I knew a little bit about American history. Well, the more you do genealogy, the more you know you don't know.
You have to get into it.
Well,
what's going on? Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why the wiki is so great, because it's really a great way to get into stuff without making a ton of bad mistakes and wasting a lot of time and money.
Great. This is the adoption question. We asked what year, 2000, 2001, so it's recent.
Her chances are not great, but there is a state adoption network and in every state, and there's a National Adoption Congress that some people who are adoptees think is great, others don't. You know, there's a philosophical difference. But I believe in referring everybody to everything, but Cindy's list should lead her to a lot of resources, and the research wiki can help her. But DNA is definitely what she needs to.
Yeah. It's amazing that Cindy's list was a master's thesis.
Yeah, it started out that way, and she's continued to add to it and updated and stuff. So,
I think that's awesome.
but that was her master's project, and I mean, it's just fabulous because it helps all the rest of us.
Oh.
And she's turned it into a business. So
I just love that.
I do too.
Now, when they have questions, you want me to stand up so you can see me?
Or wave or
wave or something, until the end, so that's the questions wrap up.
because we've got another break, I think. Yeah. But this is going to be easier to break because we're doing a bunch of little documents. Okay, and I think I can be heard now because I unmuted and I put on the video again. So I'm assuming everybody can see and hear. And it's 12:33, so it's time to start again. Okay, welcome back, everybody, and I hope that y'all are having fun this morning. I'm having fun, and I think y'all are asking good questions. And just remember, there's no dumb question. And we're going to talk about document analysis. This is something that when I started doing genealogy 100 years ago, and I have to tell you, I was brought into genealogy kicking and screaming because I thought it was little old blue-haired ladies in tennis shoes running around trying to prove they were related to somebody famous. Because some of the women in Athens that I knew that were really into DAR and all that stuff kind of seemed to be interested in their, illustrious background. And I figure I didn't have any, and so far I haven't found any, but anyway. So I really wasn't into it. But when I started working at the library in 1974, I was assigned to plan genealogy programs because I knew the ladies in town that did genealogy programs. And in Athens were two women who were really pioneers in genealogy. Mary Bondrett Warren, who did a weekly newsletter called Family Puzzler while raising 5 children, and Jessie Julia Mize, who was a professor in the then home economics department. But both of these ladies were ahead of their time. They were talking about what we now call cluster research or fan club research, friends, associates, neighbors, when trying to build do research on people. And they were talking about migration trails long before the rest of the genealogy world was. And so they got me hooked because I found out they were really doing research. And that got me really excited. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to look at documents. And y'all are going to be asked questions because I'm going to try to get you to look at the information on these documents and determine different aspects of what's on there. We're going to be looking at documents that are about one thing, but you can get other information from them that is not necessarily related to what the document is about. So this is something to keep in mind when you're evaluating documents. You want to think about who created it and why it was created, what the purpose was behind it. But this is pretty straightforward. This is a death certificate from Georgia. Again, I got this from the virtual vault. This is from Muskogee County, Columbus, and it's giving you this information. So you've got the parents' names, which is really nice. And what's also nice is this is really readable. You don't get a cemetery, but you do get that the burial is supposed to be in Columbus. But is that guaranteed? Because this is done before it's all done. And so I want you to look at this and think about it. And look at the information that's provided. And I want you to look at what is primary and what is not on this. What is the information that is primary information on this document? Sorry, I'm trying to juggle 2 computers that are not at the same. So look at this and come up with at least 4 pieces of information that are primary information that is on this document. Now remember, this is called, we're kind of calling it an original document, but it's not exactly original because it's a copy of a copy. I mean, it's a 3rd generation, but it is a digital image that has not been doctored. So
The name of the parents is listed.
pardon?
The name of the parents is listed.
Right. The name of the parents is listed. And who was the informant on this?
Robert
The
E.
father.
Right. The father was the informant. So what he provided, do you think that it is reliable and accurate?
Yes.
I think you're right. But now let's come up with what is the primary information on this death certificate. Look back
Date
there.
of death.
The date of death.
Where he lived at death.
Pardon?
Where they lived at death.
Probably, yes.
Sex.
Well, that's not really primary information because you're talking about the information that is provided at the time of the event, but it is probably accurate and reliable.
The age is listed, which would give you a guesstimate on birth date.
Right. But
That's
that's
secondary.
going to be another question is, what about the date that the certificate was filled out?
The day after his death.
Well, what I'm saying is that is primary information because that occurred at the time of the event. The name of the doctor is primary information. And the name of the informant is primary information. And the information about the death, the date of death, the cause of death, you know, how long he was being treated, that kind of thing. And looking at the age of this guy, but let's look at something else. I want you to look at this.
Hang on, how ironic is it that you're showing us somebody that died in the influenza of 1918 during COVID?
I'm sorry, what?
It's pretty ironic you're showing us a 1918 flu death during all our COVID stuff.
Well, I picked that one deliberately. Also notice what his occupation is.
Right.
Okay, now what is missing from this document that we think the informant could have reliably provided? There's a glaring piece of information that is missing that is not on here. And somebody alluded to it.
His birth date, his birthday.
Exactly. This is his father providing this information, and he doesn't even provide the birth date. I mean, you know, who else could come up with better? All right, based on this document, where else can you look for additional information? I want you to look carefully at the clues in this. Look at his age and the date that this took place. One of you just alluded to one of the major clues.
You can look at the newspaper at this time.
Exactly. What else was going on at this time that probably created a record?
He's a licensed physician.
Exactly, that's one. Y'all, where do you go when you die? A cemetery. So you could look for cemetery records, cemetery book compilations, find a grave, billion graves. What about World War I draft registration cards?
Yeah.
He may have been exempted because of his occupation, but he probably had to fill one out. And those give really good information, including his birthday. And probate records. At his age and with his occupation, I suspect he had property. So even though he died young and may not have had a will, he probably had some estate or probate records.
Marriage record.
Huh?
Marriage record, you can find his wife and kids or the census.
Well, but go back and look at that document.
I can't see it.
Hold on, I'm putting it back. What does it say?
Let's say single. Oh, yeah.
Good try, but
Well, he
that,
would be under the 1900 census, which is, he was old enough to be on his own.
exactly. 1910,
1910, that's what I meant.
yeah. But the draft registration card should give you a lot of good information. So, I mean, in the World War I draft registration cards, in case y'all don't know, they are all housed next door to the Georgia Archives at the National Archives Southeast Regional. Now, of course, they're closed right now, but you can actually look at the original cards, and that's for the entire country. They have all of them over there.
And is Fall 3 the only place you could find them online, or is there another way?
Oh, no, they're in multiple places online. Draft register. They're in Ancestry. Yeah, they're in Ancestry.
I've been wasting. Ancestry is about all I've done, so I feel like I've been spoon fed and don't know what I'm doing. So.
Right. Well, and that's why we do these classes. And let me remind you of something. You don't know what you don't know. And this is why we get into trouble with these assumptions we make. And so if you just keep that mantra, I don't know what I don't know, so I just need to keep plugging along in a methodical way, I will eventually make progress. I mean, that's my motto. Okay. This is a document that is about a year's support for a widow and children of Alicia Tiller in Clark County, Georgia. Now, when somebody died, this is a loose paper from an estate record. When people died, widows were entitled to years' support, even if the estate wasn't totally settled. So let's look at what we can learn from this. And this is a record from Family Search. Sorry, now all of a sudden I've got a tickle in my throat. I've transcribed it for you, so you're not having to read it. And the thing about transcriptions you have to remember is you do not correct spelling, you do not correct punctuation, you transcribe it exactly as it is written on the paper. You start the lines at the same place, you end them at the same place. So to the best of my knowledge, this is an accurate transcription. So the errors are not necessarily mine, just want you to know that. So it says, we, the undersigned appraisers appointed by the ordinary in Georgia until 1972, what is now called the probate judge was called an ordinary, and they handled all kinds of things. So ordinary records are what you're going to look for in Georgia for most counties to get all kinds of fabulous information. They handled the marriages, they handled estates. At different times, they even handled the job of what's now done by county commissioners. So I'm just saying, those records are a treasure trove. So when you see that, know that it is, and for you Virginia folks doing research in Virginia, no, it has nothing to do with taverns. I've had Virginia researchers come to Georgia and start doing research, and they're real confused because a name for a tavern in Virginia is an ordinary, and they could not figure out why all these records had to do with taverns. See what I mean? This is another example of understanding what the word means at the time and place. And we've got a question.
Did a year's support include African American women?
If there was anything, I mean, at this time period, if they were free, yes, it would be for anybody. But at this time period, slavery, the Emancipation Proclamation had been written by 1863. But you have to remember, it only freed slaves in the South, which meant they really weren't freed It didn't free the slaves in the North. I mean, people forget that. And that's why you still had slaves in the northern states after the Emancipation Proclamation, because he only freed the states that were in rebellion. I think that was the term that was used, something like that. So at this time period, if it was a free person of color, yes, and they had anything, it would be done. So you can see that they've listed things like beds, bed quilts, pine chest, table, flatware, and some of the livestock, 2 cows and calves, a small yoke of oxen, shoats, 8 small shoats. Those are pigs, by the way, in case y'all aren't farm folks.
Thank you.
So head of sheep, and on a wash pot. So these are things that would provide support and basic sustenance for her. So you've got over here, this is really important, and this information is important. You've got the date that this document is done. So you know he is dead by the 1st day of August, 1863. So make a note of that. But from this information, where are some of the other places you would look for to find more information? And with that date, wouldn't you want to at least wonder if maybe he died in the war? Because that's right kind of smack dab in the middle of the Civil War. I mean, you're looking at hypotheses. You're making a list of places you could look for him. So you know you've got this record. What other records might you be looking for? What about legal notices in the newspaper? Because you have to post those notices. In Georgia, I think you have to do it 4 times. I can't remember what the exact laws were in the 1860s. But you know that it had to be posted X number of times, asking for creditors to come forward, and also asking people who owed Alicia Tiller money to come forward and talk to whoever is specified in the legal notice. And if you've got this, you've got other estate papers in those loose papers. And since you've got all this household stuff, there might be land, so you might want to look for a deed. And if it turned out that he did die in the war, what other record would you want to add to that list? What other records would you want to add to that list of possible places to look? Because every time you look at a document, you want to look at it for what is this telling me? What other documents might I look for based on this that could give me more information? So you would, if you think it was war related, you might look for casualty lists. You might look for a compiled service record. You might look for him on a list of people in the military from that local area. You might, if he died in the war, then later you might want to look for a pension file for the widow. And it would be a state record because the federal government did not pay pensions to Confederate. They only paid, the federal government only paid pensions to Union soldiers. So every state had a pension system. The Confederate states that started later for those people. And you would look for more estate papers, right? So he's got 3 minor children. And you're seeing here that the administrator, and that's a clue, is going to pay these appraisers $100. And these were appraisers, because this is the appraisal establishing the year support, and these are the names of the appraisers. You would want to make a note of them as well, because sometimes appraisers, witnesses, all of these people that we tend to ignore on documents are related or neighbors or something. So you would want to make a note of those folks to help you get further. So you could check the 1860 census to see if any of these people lived on either side of the tillers. Now, I went looking for legal notices about this guy. And so this is from the Southern Watchman, August 26, 1863, page 4. This was a great example of something else I want to caution you about. Sometimes when you find newspapers, there are gaps. Well, not only is that a gap on the side you're looking at, but it's a gap on the back side. So sometimes even when you find a newspaper you think you need, what you need is not there. In this case, it actually is here. And these are the legal notices. So you've got this: all persons holding demands against Alicia Tiller deceased are hereby notified to present the, sorry, I can't even read.
Name.
Thank you. This slide has gotten terrible. To me for payment within the time prescribed by law, and those indebted to said deceased are requested to make payment.
Immediate payment.
Immediate payment, thank you. Kimmy I. Smith, Administrator, Millstone, P.O. Post Office, Oglethorpe County, Georgia. And this is dated August 5th. And then this is up here. Notice, 2 months after date, application will be made to the Court of Ordinary of Clark County for leave to sell all the real estate less the widow's dower, and I'll talk about that in a minute, of Alicia Tiller, late of said county, deceased. So you have now the name of Kimmy I. Smith as an administrator. Okay, you saw administrator on the other document, and that means one of 2 things. Either there was no will, because if there was a will, the wills usually appoint an executor. However, if the executor dies or refuses to serve, an administrator is appointed by the court. So somewhere in the ordinary record, you're going to find a document appointing this guy as the administrator of this estate. Now, we don't really know who this is, but my guess is, and a good hypothesis is, that he is somehow related to Tabitha Tiller. May even be her brother or father or something. So that can give you a clue. So do you see, is your list of places to look increasing for more information about these folks? All right, here's another one. This is a different one. Whereas Kimmy J. Smith, notice that it was I, this time it's J. Now that could be a typo of the paper. We are still dealing with the Athens paper after all. Applies to me for letters of administration on the estate of Alicia Tiller, late of said county, deceased. So now, instead of August, we're looking at May. And this is a notice posted by Asa M. Jackson, the Ordinary. These are therefore to cite and admonish all concerned to show cause, if any they have, at my office on or before the first Monday in July next, why said letters should not be granted. And this is the notice that this Kimmy Smith is going to be appointed the administrator. But this is also, you know, if we just started with that other document, we were thinking he died maybe in August or July, right? Now we are backed up to May.
Could it, I have a question.
Yeah.
Could he have been on his deathbed, and that's the reason why that came out in May?
No, until he's died, they're not going to appoint somebody to take care of his affairs. And if they had had warning that he was going to die, he might have done a will.
Got you.
So like these newspapers, Southern Watchman, we just Google the name we're looking for in them?
Oh, no, if you go to the Digital Library of Georgia, or just Google Georgia Historic Newspapers, which is one of the big databases in the Digital Library of Georgia, all of which are totally free, by the way. Don't y'all love that word free?
I do.
They have got newspapers from all over
Love
Georgia, and they're constantly adding. These are digitized at the University of Georgia libraries. Oh, and I didn't go back and explain the dower right. That's important. Okay. And I can't give you the particulars as to what percentage it is in Georgia in the 1860s. But when women married, this has nothing to do with dowry. This has to do with women had very few property rights. And, but when there was a marriage and they owned land, she had a dower right in the property. And it was a certain percentage of the state. And so they're saying they're going to sell this property less the percentage that is her percentage as the dower right, so that she will have a place to live. And you will find on some documents, and this is common in a lot of states, that if the man is selling land, he has to have a sign off on that, that his wife has relinquished her dower right. So I'm just saying that is a term you need to be aware of. It's the widow's portion of an estate for her to use during her lifetime. It's kind of like a life estate, as we would call it today, okay? But it's given by the state unless it's relinquished. It's mandated by state law. It's not something that's up to the husband. He doesn't get a choice. So here we are. I expanded the search back to January 1st. 1863 through December 31st, 1864, since we were backing up further and further. And I also, in my search, added Oglethorpe County along with Clark County, because when the administrator was appointed, it was clear. I mean, when the administrator ran the notices to contact him, it was in the Mill Pond post office in Oglethorpe County. And when I picked this estate to do, I did not realize that I was talking about Mill Pond Church and, oh, excuse me, that was Millstone Church, excuse me. Remember that this record was originally found in Clark County probate records. But you want to check Oglethorpe because there's an Oglethorpe County connection. So have y'all got a good list now of places you would look for more information about this? All right, this is another interesting record. This is a bill of sale for a slave. Now, what is really interesting about this record is a friend of mine gave me this because this solved a problem that she and her family had been looking for 30 plus years. They had been trying to prove a marriage. And this bill of sale of this slave is the only document anybody researching this family has ever found documenting this marriage. So the document is about selling a slave, which is not great, but it provides really good information. So here's the transcription. So, and this is from the Georgia Archives. It's from microfilm in drawer 106, box 50. They still have tons of microfilm that's been digitized, and sometimes the microfilm is easier to read than the digital images. I'm just saying. So it's in Deed Book G from Hancock County, Georgia on page 115. And up here, 115 was on the page. If we go back and look, you see the 115 up here. And so this is transcribed exactly as it is. Know all men by these presents that we, Solomon Roundtree, and you, Taylor, of the state of Georgia and county of Hancock, for and in consideration of $200 in specie to us in hand paid, do bargain and sell and buy these presents, have bargained and sold unto Benjamin Jenkins of the state and county aforesaid, a certain Negro girl known by the name of Farabee, aged about 10 years, which said Negro girl the said Benjamin Jenkins does purchase for the proffer and sole use of Falby horn, the stepdaughter of said Benjamin Jenkins, her heirs are assigned, she voluntarily consenting thereto, which said Negro girl we do hereby forever warrant and defend against any person or persons whomsoever. And testimony whereof we do hereunto set our hands and seals this 28th day of March, Anno Domini 1803. And then it has the witness and the seal and the names of the witnesses. And then these are the others. And it says down here, I signed the within bill of sale to Alexander Torrey, husband to Falby Horn, this 4th of March, 1804. And it was recorded in October of 1804 by Alex Martin, the clerk of Superior Court. In Georgia, deeds are typically Superior Court records. All right, I want you to go through here and list relationships and records that you would look in to find more information. And we've got a question, so while y'all are working on that, I'll work on the question.
Somebody wants to know about if you could explain Georgia property tax digests.
When?
What he said, well, let's say, I see it's the collection in ancestry, isn't it? Yeah. Let's say, can you explain Georgia property tax digest? I see this in family member a lot. It will state the year will be like 1793 to 1892.
Well, I mean, you've paid taxes.
I think he wants to understand the question about the date span of that collection in ancestry.
Oh, I'll have to look to see, but it's probably because that's what they had, they could get their hands on. I mean, it's like the probate records. Look at the dates on those probate records in Family Search.
The ones before 1874 are spotty because the state didn't, they are the tax digest in our holdings. And before 1874, the state didn't require the county to send a copy to the state. So from 74,
why don't you answer this? Kayla's going to come answer this because she's got the exact dates that can help you. If you're wondering why they're not complete, that's standard.
The collection in ancestry
We're talking about the
The
tax.
tax digest, the property tax digest collection and ancestry, which has the funny dates of 1794 to something, 1890. Those are original tax digests in our collection, and they're county property tax digests. Before 1874, the state did not require the county to send a copy of their digest to the state. So before 1874, that collection is not complete for all counties. It's whatever has wandered into the Georgia Archives collection. But after 74, they're fairly complete. We don't have very many missing tax digests there from 74 to 1890. We stopped at 1890 because that was meant to act as a substitute for the 1890 census. So if you have a property owner or any male between the ages of 21 and 60, they should be in that 1890 property tax digest.
And you would look at the county level for the ones before that, because they may still be at the county. They're just not in Ancestry, because Ancestry worked with the state archives to get what they had.
And some of them are on microfilm and Family Search. When Family Search microfilmed in the county, they did film some of those tax digests. So those have been scanned for some counties, and they're available in Family Search.
The other thing to remember about Georgia is that we had what was called a poll tax, a head tax on males. It has nothing to do with voting. I liken it to my polled Herefords. You know, they had horns. You know, I mean, they didn't have horns. So it has nothing to do with voting. We've got voting on our mind these days. But from ages, as Kayla said, ages 21 to 60. Once you were 60, they figured you were too old and you'd paid your fair share of taxes, and so you didn't have to pay them anymore. So that's kind of an indication of age, but they should be in there. Even if they own no property, they should be paying that tax at the county level. And those lists, at least in most counties I've looked at, are by those Georgia militia districts. So you'll find, as you go through the county tax list, they're organized by militia districts, and then they're listed, you know, the people who paid it. So that helps you put people in a place at a time.
I think the part that was confusing to me when I looked at it was that it'll list name of employer, and then it'll have a column for name of freeman, and that family member name will show up on different property tax digest, but an employer will be listed, and then his name will be listed among other names.
Okay, I couldn't really hear that real well. You're breaking up. Did you understand all of that?
Not all of it.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. The part that was confusing to me, it has the name of the employer, and then it would have a column for name of freeman. And so that family member is listed for that year, and then I'll find them again for another year, but his employer is listed, and then his name is listed, and I was confused how the property tax digest works.
Okay, in Georgia, right after Reconstruction, the employer was responsible for paying the poll tax for the freedmen. So in many counties, they listed the employer because he was the one responsible for the payment. And then that tax was taken out of the wages at the end of the year. So there, in many tax digests, that listing of the employer with the freedmen is pretty consistent in the 70s. In some counties start dropping that off, but in some counties they were still doing that in 1890.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
The other thing is, if they were employed by a person, you might see if there are labor contracts for that county through the Freedmen's Bureau records, through the field office. You want the field office record for Georgia for the Freedmen's Bureau, not the bank. And that's the Bureau of, somebody's talking, I'm sorry. I thought somebody was trying to ask a question, I'm sorry. But anyway, that's another place to look, because if they were employed, they should have had a labor contract, and the Freedmen's Bureau is who kept those. Those were run by military officers, by Union officers. That's why they're military records, who weren't fit for really strenuous active duty in many cases, but were good administrators, or were supposed to be good administrators. Some were better than others. Okay, are y'all ready to look at this document? Have y'all made a list?
Another question.
Yes.
About newspapers found in other states. What's the best place for us to find newspapers in other states? Please.
Newspapers in other states is going to depend on the state. There's the Library of Congress has tons of newspapers for free in their website. Called Chronicling America. And so you can check there because that's free. A lot of states have digital newspaper collections that are free. Newspapers.com is a subscription site that has newspapers. If you go into your public library and use your Galileo password, there are a gazillion newspapers in there. Some of them are historic, many are more 20th century. But those are free through Galileo, through your public library. And again, check Cindy's list and the wiki, the Family Search Wiki. I know I sound like a broken record, but those are the easiest ways to get to some of this stuff.
And that Galileo, can anybody get that number?
Huh?
Can anybody get a Galileo number?
Everybody who's got a library card in the state of Georgia has access to the Galileo password. Every library system has a different password, and it changes. Well, it's been a little weird this year because they kept the same one in place until a few months ago. But normally it changes 3 times a year. So if you live in Georgia and you've got a public library card, contact your public library and ask them what the current Galileo password is.
Thank you.
And then go in and search. And I think in your handout, I had some Galileo. Yes, on page 5 of your handout, your pre-class homework, Galileo was one of the things I talked about briefly. I didn't go into detail because that's a whole nother day. So are y'all ready to see? Well, I want y'all to give feedback before I show you my list. Okay, nobody's gonna talk now.
Well, you got a bunch of people's names. You got the daughter's name. You got who is Falby Horn, and then her husband who has a different name. So you could find them in the census through Alexander Torrey.
Well, but this proves the marriage. See, this is the why it's weird. And they had looked in a lot of documents in these records, but they really hadn't paid attention to this because they said, it's just a bill of sale for a slave. I'm looking for the marriage proof. And they didn't read to the bottom. So I'm telling you, read every document that relates to your people. So let's look at some of the things you can do. So you know you're in Hancock County, Georgia. The date's March 1803 to October 1804. So you're putting people in a place at a particular time. Fairby or Phoebe is aged about 10. Falby Horn is the stepdaughter of Benjamin Jenkins. Falby Horn is married to Alexander Torrey. You've got a list of witnesses and grantors. Are these neighbors? Are they relatives? If Roundtree and Taylor are not Hancock Countyans, where are they from and where did Fairby come from? Can we find a marriage record for Falby's mother to Benjamin Jenkins? And we would want to look at tax records for Hancock County, Georgia for Jenkins, Torrey, other related family members. Okay, now we're going to do a very dense 5-page will, and I want you to get out your your blank family group sheet that I told you to bring, and you're going to start filling out this blank family group sheet with this will. So let's get started. All right, this is what the will looks like. And this is from Family Search. You want to make a note of the date that is on this slide as you start. The 23rd day of March in the year 1776. Now, we're starting with page 61 of this multi-page will, and I have done a lot of ellipses to shorten this because what we're trying to do is identify people and land and other things that can help us research this family. So I, Thomas Shepard, of the town of Mecklenburg County of Berkeley and Colony of Virginia, being sick and weak of body, but of sound and perfect sense and memory, thanks be given to God, and considering the uncertainty of life, do make, publish, and declare this my last will and testament in manner and form following. Item. And so you're going to put up there at the top of your family group record under husband, you're going to put the name Thomas Shepard. And I want you to keep in mind that Mecklenburg in the county of Berkeley is in current day West Virginia. But in 1776, this was all part of Virginia. Okay, this first item is he mentions William Shepard. So I want you to go through and list the sons. So I want you to work on this page and then we'll go to the next. I want you also to notice mention of land and how he came by it, because that is going to be important for you to find the records of the land and when they got it. That won't go on the family group sheet. That's gonna go on another piece of paper until you can do homework. But you should be making a list of questions on a sheet of paper of other records you're going to look for to help work on this family. This is a really nice will. I wish more of my folks. Of course, my folks didn't have this much as far as I know so far. Are y'all ready to move to the next slide? If you're not, holler, no. Yep. Okay, I hadn't heard no, so we'll go to the next page. Now we're on page 62.
Would you go back to the previous screen quickly?
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's the downside of online. I can't see who's ready and who's not. The beauty is y'all get to stay at home.
Oh my goodness.
This one isn't quite as complex. Are y'all through with this one or not?
Yes.
Okay, now we're on the third page.
Can someone remind me the year of this will?
1776.
Thank you.
Y'all ready for the next page?
Yes.
Yes.
Did somebody say no?
Yes.
Okay, I'll wait. I'm in no hurry. I just don't want y'all to sit there twiddling your thumbs while I don't know you're through.
I'm finished.
Okay. All right. I will tell you too that typically, not always, but generally, children are listed in birth order in documents. However, when they divide them like this, so you've got all the guys and then all the females, that may not be entirely true, because you also have to remember that it was a males dominated world at that point. And so he may have listed all of the boys regardless of age, and then listed all of the girls in birth order. But I'm just saying, this is a clue when you're looking for records to keep in mind. Are y'all ready for the next page? Holler no if you're
Yes.
not.
Yes.
Okay, I hadn't heard a no yet, so I'm gonna go. Are y'all ready to discuss what we found or not? Y'all need a few more minutes?
I think we're ready.
Okay, if you're not ready, holler no. Okay, so looking at the family group sheet that you have filled out, under husband, you should have Thomas Shepherd. What do you have under his wife's name?
Elizabeth Van Meter.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Van Meter. Somebody said it right. Elizabeth Van Meter. And where did you get that?
From her, his children's grandfather's name.
Exactly.
Yeah, he would have said my father if it had been his father.
Exactly. Well, he might have said grandfather, but the name would have been the same as his. It would have been a Shepherd.
Correct.
So he still may have said their grandfather, but so that's really nice because that also gets you another generation back on that family, and that ancestral chart on, you know, Elizabeth. That gives you her father's name. If you were doing the ancestral chart. Okay, so now who's the first name you've got in line 1 on children?
William Shepherd.
William.
Right. And then who's next?
Thomas.
Absolutely.
Thomas, right? And then
John.
right? And then
Abraham.
right? And then you're starting
Susanna.
Children.
The girls.
Right.
Susanna.
And
Mary.
wasn't it Martha?
No, it's
Martha.
Mary Martha.
Mary Martha.
Yes, Mary. And then Martha. And then
Sarah.
wait, I gotta go back. And
Elizabeth.
right. And we wonder why we find people with the same names in the same place at the same time. He named daughters the same as his wife. His sons named their children the same. I mean, you know, it's crazy. Okay, so this gives you a lot of information for your family group sheet, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
So this should make you very, very happy. You would also look for tax records. What are some of the other records you would look at to find more about this family and this man and when he got to, I mean, you're getting some clue as to when he got to Virginia. We've got a question, so.
Okay, this question. Aren't we assuming that Elizabeth is the mother of these children by signing her last name as Van Meter?
What?
Okay, Tim said, aren't we assuming that Elizabeth is the mother of these children by signing her the last name as Van Meter?
Well, we assigned, we put her on the family group sheet as Elizabeth Van Meter as her maiden name because he specified that he's got, that their grandfather is John Van Meter, so he cannot be, the other grandfather would be a shepherd, right? So we assume that Elizabeth is Van Meter. unless we find something else to the contrary. So she didn't sign anything, Van Meter, in this document that I'm aware of. Yes, another question.
He could have married her after the death of the children's mother.
He could have, but at this point, we have nothing to indicate that. So right now, we're going to go with this, and of course, we would look for a marriage record to confirm that. But we're not going to just assume that there's a second marriage until we look for this marriage and don't find it. And depending on the date of that marriage, we would then know whether or not that she is the mother of these children based on time frame. And you would
not found. I'm sorry. I was going to say I haven't found any records that have ever indicated that a man would refer to his wife's father as a grandfather if he wasn't biologically their grandfather.
Well, I agree with that, but that's another reason you're assuming, you know, and I know I say don't assume, but we have to make a hypothesis to then look for records to prove or disprove that hypothesis. So you're right. Normally, they're going to say that he is their but the grandfather, we could look at his will and see who he left to if this marriage does not turn out to be, in fact, the one for all the kids. You see what I'm saying? But first you would verify the marriage. Now, what are some of the other records you're going to look for?
Church records.
Church records would be good. What else? How about tax records? They've got lots of property. And Virginia, I'm pretty sure, had a tax at different periods. The age was different, but I'm pretty sure Virginia had the same kind of tax Georgia did on men of a certain age. So even if they didn't have property, they would be taxed. And some of these sons, you can tell, seem to not be minors because he's assuming that he's assigning their sisters. So under Virginia law, they probably are not minors, although some of the daughters may be. There's one that is probably married. I mean, that is married because it specifies a different surname. And that gives you another record to look for. So do you see how many holes you can fill in and how much information you can get? And the other thing you're going to need to go back and do is look for this land grant. You've got two different sources of land. You've got the land grant from Thomas Lord Halifax from June 12th, Anno Domini 1751. So you would want to go back and look at land records in Virginia. You might also want to find out exactly what the stipulations were and look at the deed for that. And this is a different land acquisition. This is a king's patent. And we don't have a date on that one.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to get a copy of these sheets that you just went over?
Sure.
Thank you.
So like like any state we're looking at, do you just type in Virginia land grants and then that June 12th, 1751 date, or is there a better?
I honestly have not tracked that, but you would go probably to the Library of Virginia. That is one of the best sources for all kinds of Virginia records online. And they were doing high quality images at the very beginning of digitization. And so I would start with the Virginia State Library, the Library of Virginia, excuse me.
Okay, and like for Georgia, I see the next one we're looking at, Georgia probate records. So that would be what you'd be searching for Georgia information.
Yes, now these are loose papers.
Okay.
And part of these have been filmed, like these Clark County ones. This is only part of this. When we did an inventory of the Clark County courthouse years ago, we found 2/3 more loose records that are exactly like this. So I've got 30 items for my great-great-grandfather that have not been filmed, and I think there are 8 in the file that had been filmed. So we're trying to get those refilmed. But they're in loose file folders. When they were filmed, they were in file folders, and then they're loose records.
These are the copies of the record that the administrator turns into the court, and then the court clerk records that record in books.
So these are really important because what you're getting here is the detail. So if he records that that he paid the doctor X amount of dollars, what you get in this is the itemized state of what the doctor was charging for. So the loose papers, even if you find a record of things in books, if they've got loose papers, go find them, because all you're going to get is the date, what it was, and the amount in the books. But if you go to the loose papers, you get why, wherefore, detail, all that stuff. Loose papers is another term you get really excited about, kind of like application. Think about when you apply for something, like when you did your Social Security application, you filled out a huge form and you got back a little card with your name and a number on it. The application is so when in genealogy, when you see that you can look for that there's an application, some places have marriage license applications. So you would really want to look at those. So application is one of those terms you really get excited about. And so is loose paper, because they give you the detail. So we're looking at some of these papers. Now I'm giving you a transcription. And the reason I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about this, but I won't, because what the point I'm trying to make here is that you have to look at all the papers. Just like with the Tory marriage, they've been looking at those papers and just didn't read all of it and didn't pay close attention. So this guy had a will. So he specifies all this stuff. My beloved wife, 7 Negroes, Willie and his wife Sarah, and names all of them. My son Joseph, gives 4 Negroes and he names those. And he goes on. And this will is dated the 14th day of September, 1814. Okay? Now, then you come across this document. And these are appraisers who are being appointed to evaluate the property of Alicia Nail that was not stipulated in his will. So the court, the ordinary had to appoint appraisers to appraise the property belonging to the estate that weren't mentioned in his last will and testament. His will was done in September of, I think it was September, but it was 1814. 5 years later, you know, he's dead. So they have to go through and appraise this property. So they are appraising 2 slaves, a lot of corn and fodder, 2 stacks of fodder, and a lot of peas and a saddle to add to the estate to be divided in his will. So if you didn't look at the loose papers and just went by the will, you wouldn't know this. And if you were an African American and had thought Alicia Nail had owned one of your ancestors and you didn't look at this, you might miss Harry or Tony, who might be your ancestors. I'm just saying. Military records. I'm getting close to time, so I've got to speed it up a little bit. Okay, military records. This is an example of another type of military record. This is a widow's pension under the acts of February 2nd and July 29th. See, I clicked on that info thing, pulled this up. The name of it is Ledgers of Payments 1818 to 1872 to U.S. pensioners under acts of 1818 through 1858 from records of the Office of the Third Auditor of the Treasury. And this lists the agencies that are conducting it, and it's giving you the NARA publication number and what role within that publication number it is. And this is a blow up. And so you're seeing these widows who are getting these pensions, and it's giving you the basic information, the name, who they're the widow of, the right the person had, the half yearly allowance, and on and on. And this is showing you when they're getting paid. This gives you the years and when they're getting paid. And Mary, it has a note here that it's moved over to the next book because she is still getting paid. But you notice that sometimes you find out when these widows died. This is another place to find when people died. I mean, you never know what you're going to find where, so it is really important to look. We're back to that James McElrath record, and on the bottom of this basic piece of paper, it says recruit entitled to bounty provided by Circular 27, July 17th, 1864. So what was Circular 27? And what did that bounty entail? So I went online because I couldn't get to the library to look at the copy on the shelf. A really, really interesting book is The War of the Rebellion, a compilation of the official records of the Union and Confederate armies, official records of the Union and Confederate armies. Now, it's often referred to as the OR for official records. And this came out of the 3rd series, section 4, page 518, and it's the digital image. So I went to this because this has got all kinds of circulars and general orders and all those kinds of fun things that have to do with the Civil War. And so I Googled circular number 27, and this is what it is. It's an enlistment incentive. So it tells you that the bounty provided by law is as follows. For recruits, including representative recruits, white or colored, for 1 year, $100. For 2 years, $200. For 3 years, $300. The first installments will be paid by the mustering and dispersing officers when the recruit is mustered in as follows. and then it gives the amount. So you know that James McElrath got this bounty. So we're still looking at his, he was with the 2nd Cavalry, and he went in with the rank of private. And it's interesting because he was born in Muskogee County, Georgia. Remember what I said about spelling? They wrote down Muscovia County, Georgia. Well, you know, there ain't no such thing. Muskogee is probably it. He was 35 at this point. He was a laborer, and he enlisted in New Orleans. So it gives you a physical description and on and on. And then here's a muster roll, which gives you more information. And here's another piece of that military record. When you find somebody, when you're finding people who are in militias or whatever, you also want to look in the family search catalog for things. Like if you had an ancestor from Pennsylvania and you think he served in the militia, just do a keyword search for Pennsylvania militia, because you'll find a lot of books, and you can go to WorldCat and find out where they actually are, or you may be able to get a digital version online. So use your military records to get you to other resources that give you more information. Passports are really interesting. Okay, we think of these as fairly recent records, but actually they go back. This is an example. I'm checking my time, y'all. Yes. So this is a blow up of this one, and it's listing all of his minor children. Now, I haven't figured out yet, looking at this, which is his wife, you know, whether it is this person, which it can't be based on age. And this is giving you all this really good information about where he lived and this kind of thing. And down here, you've got a physical description. His mouth, physical description. His mouth is large, his chin is round, his hair is light, complexion florid, face full. I don't know about y'all, but that doesn't help me much. The age, the height, the color of eyes, that helps. Slightly bent nose, and on and on. But this is a witness who had to speak to the good character of this guy for him to be able to get a passport. And this is the oath of allegiance part. And where else can you look for information about these folks from the info on this document? How about city directories, newspapers, census, and so on? When do you think the first passports were required? I don't know about other places, but I know that we've got these two books. The Georgia Archives has these two books. This one was actually compiled by the director of the then Georgia Department of Archives and History. Passport issued by governors of Georgia from 1785 to 1809. And these are passports of Southeastern pioneers, 1770 to 1823. So passports are something you may want to look for. People going into areas that were not part of the British colony or later the United States had to have permission to cross those boundaries. This is an example from the passports issued by governors of Georgia of what the record shows. It talks about Jacob Ray from Wilkes County wanting to go to the inhabitants of Bigby, and that actually was the Tom Bigby River in Alabama. And something else in this book, it explains that that's the area that they were talking about. And it's talking about how long this guy has known him and all this stuff. And the recommendation for Jacob Ray, the passport granted the 22nd of April, 1802. So These are things you need to be aware of. Other sources, Ancestry Library Edition. That's what you can get at all public libraries in Georgia and all academic libraries. And right now you've got remote access until the end of the year. Ancestry.com is the personal subscription that you pay for and get it at home. And they have some different things in the two. There's some things in Ancestry.com that are not in the basic subscription to Ancestry.com that are not in Ancestry Library Edition. But Ancestry Library Edition has more international coverage than your basic standard. Why is it doing that? Subscription to Ancestry.com. Ancestry Institution is what is available at Family History Centers. Family History Centers are the centers that are run by the LDS Church, and you need to find the one closest to you and see what they've got available. They have tons of databases totally free in all of the Family History Centers. Ancestry.com, and this is kind of what it looks like. I do not have a paid account. I use what is free in there. There's a lot of free information in here. And you can set up a free account, but not from that page. You have to go to the sitemap. Down at the very bottom of the Ancestry.com page, you can hit the sitemap and it will take you to this page, and you can register for a free account here without signing up for a free trial. And if you've already done DNA with Ancestry, you've already got an account and you don't have to pay. I mean, if you want the databases, you've got to pay extra. Sorry, my nose is running, and I took a Claritin today. The Ancestry support page can be very useful. They keep changing it. Search and records is a really helpful part of this. If you go to search and records, this is what you get. So you've got basic things, and you notice that there is a little number view all with a plus so that you can click to get even more. So you've got glossaries of genealogical terms, getting started, lesson 4, collaboration, free charts and forms, introduction to the World Archives Project, finding records. So there's a lot of really good information that you can get into totally free on the Ancestry support page. And let's look at using the card catalog. A lot of people don't seem to know about the card catalog and haven't been using it. So Ancestry support page, state research is a subject you can enter, and then it will take you to U.S. state research guides. FamilySearch.org. You've set up a free account and you can click on stay signed in for 2 weeks, but lately that hadn't been working for me. And then you go to a page that looks something like this. It's going to give you stuff that's in your tree or that's been added that they think is related to you. And this help up here is very useful. And it takes you to this. So you've got getting started, a help center, contact us, community, my case is Research Wiki, and helper resources. And the help center, looks like that. And getting started looks like that. So you see that you've got a lot of basic information that's at your fingertips. Research by location, that's under the historical records. And one of the cool things is if you click on browse all published collections and then narrow your search, you sometimes get a lot more detailed articles than you can find in other places. But this is under the search tab. Family Search Research Wiki. They have added this Jumpstart Your Research, guided research. This is very helpful. There are 15 areas in the world that have this, that have guided research that can really make your research work better. Be aware that this basic guide up here can take you very quickly. If you click on online genealogy records, it takes you just to the online records, a list of online records. This to section only works, it works for the page you're on. So if you want to cite this page, you click on that and pick the style manual you're using, copy and paste it, and you've got your citation. You can also click on the printable version that will convert the whole article about whatever you're looking at into something that is quick and dirty printable. Family Search Catalog. You want to use this because it's the way they've organized things by location is sometimes better than anybody else's. And this searches historical records, it searches their books, it searches their digital books. It searches most everything in Family Search now. So learn to use that Family Search Catalog. Heritage Quest Online is available remotely from every public library in Georgia through Galileo. And this is what our library's homepage looks like. So you've got the Pine, if the library is part of the Pine system, then you can easily get to it that way. And Galileo you can easily get to from your library. WorldCat.org is something you really need to take a look at. Most public libraries in Georgia have now withdrawn for this because OCLC increased the fees so much. The University of Georgia libraries are still in it, but many of the other academic libraries in the state, I have been told, have also withdrawn due to the fee increase. So for Georgia resources, you're going to have to search the individual catalogs. But this is an international bibliographic database that is still very useful for helping you find information from all over the world. And you can set up a free account and then it helps personalize your searches. So for some reason I picked Humboldt County, Iowa, and I have no idea why, because I know nothing about it. I got 543 results in WorldCat. And this is the blow up of the side etch. And so it lists formats, so you can limit by format. And this is the bottom part blown up, and you can specify further limit it by these topics. So you can really get a lot of good information. So when I did the keyword, I just scrolled down and I got to Humboldt County, Iowa cemeteries, Humboldt genealogist, Humboldt County farm directory, soil survey from Humboldt County, Iowa. And I picked the cemeteries, and then this gives you the full record. Now, when I clicked on that, it says, sorry, no libraries with the specified item were found. But then it gave me additional subject headings to refine the search. But I also went to Humboldt County, Iowa library just to see what they might have, since that's one of the things I've told you to do is look at the local libraries, public libraries, wherever you're researching. And lo and behold, they have a link to the Genealogical Society on the website for the library. So it is done, and they have a very close relationship. When you're preparing for research trips, you also want to check out US GenWeb, and I put that in your handout as well. This is a volunteer site. Different people adopt it, and they're responsible for maintaining and keeping the information updated. Okay, let's take a break. I think I'm beyond time, so let's take a break. Oh, no, I'm good. Okay, we've got 5 minutes. I can't believe it. I thought I was running late. Since I started out running late this morning, I feel like I'm behind all day. All right, other questions and stuff before we start on the last leg of the day. Hopefully you now know about some other resources you can use. We've talked about other databases you can use. I hope that you are now learning when you look at documents to start making a list of things that you need to look at and other records to look for based on clues that are in the documents you got in front of you. Because if I don't make the list as I'm looking at the document, I won't remember to go back and do it. So I kind of have to do research with a notepad next to me, making a list of other things to check so that I don't miss things.
Hey, Laura.
Yes.
It's Bill Harrison.
Hey, Bill Harrison.
Hey, I have become so enthusiastic that I'm a member of Ancestry and Family Search and MyHeritage, and I have a lot of data in each of those websites.
Right.
What I'd like to do, I need to go back and add a lot more information and edit some, but I should not be using 3 websites. Is there a way for me to consolidate all my data into one of those sites and proceed from there?
Okay. I would recommend, have you already bought a personal family history software program?
I have Family Tree Maker.
Okay, good. I'm pretty sure that that is Family Search certified, so you should be able to download. And I assume when you say you've got your own MyHeritage and Family Search and Ancestry, you're talking about you have trees on all 3.
That is correct. I've got family information, and I have ended up with some individuals in some sites, and they're not in others. And
right.
I really don't know what I have.
All right. What I'm going to suggest is that you try, you convert from family. I'm pretty sure Family Tree Maker is Family Search certified. So you can download information from Family Search trees to Family Tree Maker.
Right,
And vice versa. You can upload, if it's Family Search certified, if I'm remembering the process correctly, I'm doing this off the top of my head and I haven't looked at this in a while. You will convert your information. It has a way to export from either place. There's a button you click to export. It should convert the data to JEDCOM files, and then you can move it to wherever you want to move it to. So what I would suggest is download from all 3 sites that you can download to your personal stuff, clean it up there, and then upload new versions that are clean to all 3.
Okay.
It's not a problem having it in all 3 places because it's just more cousin bait.
Right. Okay, I think I'll try that. But
pick the one that's the best, that looks like it's the most complete, it's the best, and I would start with that one first. Okay. But I'm pretty sure Family Tree Maker is Family Search certified. And I'm pretty sure you can work between Ancestry and Family Tree Maker because Family Tree Maker was originally owned by Ancestry. Right. And the guys who were working on it from Ancestry, when Ancestry decided to get rid of it, they basically bought it from Ancestry and have maintained it and improved it and made it a really good product.
Right. There's a very easy link between those 2, and I think also between Family Tree Maker and Family Search. Yes. There's an export-import I've tried from MyHeritage to Family Tree Maker.
Yeah, I figured family, my heritage, has really in the last 3 years done a lot. They've added a gazillion new records. They really have a user-friendly website, I think.
Right.
If you have a subscription, you can you can search it for free. So I use it as an index sometimes to records. I may not want to pay right then. And in case I didn't already tell y'all this, all the death records in myheritage.com are free this weekend because of Halloween, Day of the Dead. So I can't remember if I told you. I meant to, but I can't remember if I did.
You did.
Okay. Oh, good. A miracle. So play in those and see what you can find. But I would upload accurate information to all of them. But you're right. It's hard to keep it done. But if you have your master on your own home computer and are backing it up, it is easier for you to correct the other sites. Because you can add more stuff, more documents and stuff to your own personal software, then typically you can add to those online trees.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 2:27. So I'm 2 minutes behind now.
Sorry.
No problem. I want y'all to ask questions. I just like to be respectful of people's time, you know? I'm really glad you were here to talk about those, explain those property tax, because I have not looked at what she's talking about in ancestry.
Really? Well, the other thing that I didn't get into, did you?
Mm-mm. Well, I thought what people need to know,
Yes.
you know, before they test. Welcome back, everybody. Now, if you'll get out another blank family group record and your blank ancestral chart, we will start filling out. I've got to set my alarm. Okay. And I'm sorry about my nose running, y'all. I don't know why. I must be allergic to something here in the archives. Okay, we're going to talk about just these two kinds of charts today. So on your blank chart, you're going to, can y'all see my cursor? Normally I make a giant cursor and make it bright purple. Okay, you're going to put a 1 by that blank. And then you're going to put a 2 up here where I show the red 2. Then we're going to put a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7 and so on, just like I've labeled here. There are a lot of different styles of ancestral charts, but I specified these so that we kind of all were working from the same chart. So when we did this, you're looking at the same thing I'm talking about. So if y'all will go ahead and number your chart, your blank chart, so it's no longer blank, it's got the numbers of your folks on it.
Do you want us to put the names also or just the
Not
numbers?
yet, not yet. I want you to put just, right now we're numbering the chart. We're gonna get all the numbers in and then we're gonna start filling in. But first we want all the numbers in. So has everybody got to 15 down here?
Yes.
All right, then you're gonna go up here and you're gonna put number 1 on this chart. And then you're going to go down and do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because your generations expand exponentially, so you're going to have charts, because your chart 9 is going to start with whoever, you know, with this person, but they will, with this person, but they will be in that position on that chart. Now up here, you're going to put, it says number 1 on this chart, which is this person, is the same person as number 1 on chart number 1. And every chart you're going to number 1, 2, 3, 4 through 15 that looks like this, okay? All your blank charts. Once we've got the numbering done, we're going to start filling these out. All right. You're going to write If it's a female, you write the full maiden name, the name the person was born with. Now, if it's a name change somewhere along the way, other than through marriage, it gets a little more complicated. But what you want to do is the birth name of the person. If it's female, and the birth name of the male. And you want the surname to be in all caps. Because there are a lot of surnames that can also be first names. And that helps you keep from transcribing them. And if you're using personal family history software, they often give you options as to how you want to do it. And you can set it just to automatically turn all the surnames into all caps. These programs really make a lot of these little things easier to deal with, like formatting dates and stuff. And if you don't know a middle name, leave space. If you don't know a surname, leave space.
So are you wanting us to just choose someone from our own tree? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, your name goes right here. Your name goes right here. And then if you're married, your spouse goes here. But I'm telling you how to do it. You use the birth name of the female and the male. And the surnames are all caps. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. And then for you, go ahead and fill out your birth date. In genealogy, use the day, the month, the year. And you always in genealogy use all 4 characters of the year. None of this abbreviated 2 thing. It just floored most genealogists when we thought we were going to have Y2K because they'd been using 2-digit years. We thought that was kind of short-sighted. So, and when you're entering geographical places, you start with the smallest political subdivision, then go to county, and then state. And technically you should put USA after, but there just ain't room. So fill out this part as completely as you can, and died is the only thing you're not going to put unless we're dealing with ghosts, and I guess it's the right day for that.
So I have a question. So when you put in the county, like for me, it's Shelby County. Do you have to say county, or you know that that's the county if it's the second thing listed?
I think my personal preference is to put the CO just to be sure, but like when you're working in family search, if you put county in, when you're searching their catalog and stuff, it is going to tell you, it's going to get really unhappy with you. So it just depends. I put in the county just to be clear because, for instance, in Georgia, we have Jackson, Georgia. We have Jackson County, Georgia. We have Jefferson County, Georgia. We've got Jefferson, Georgia. I mean, do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
It is just, to me, because maybe it's because I've looked at so many records people have brought in with their tearing their hair out, and it said so-and-so went to Jackson. And you don't know whether they're saying they went to Jackson County or Jackson, Georgia. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I put the CO just to be clear.
Okay.
Because we've got Washington County, Washington, Georgia. I mean, it's just.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And we're doing this because although you may use family history software and you're kind of putting this in, but usually in more of the family group sheet way is typically how you enter information into your family history software. I think it helps, or at least that's been my experience over the years teaching classes. If you have done this manually, because then you understand how it really works when it comes out or you're dealing in it. So go ahead and fill it. You should by now have finished this. And typically you would do this in pencil, because you're going to find as you work through this that you find a lot of changes, and it's a lot easier to change if it's in pencil. But you can transfer it to pencil.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so George Smith Williams, number 2, there's nothing to state what when he was born and place, but we got the date when he died.
Right. That just is because when I'm doing this as a sample for y'all, so it left the information blank that when I first started, I didn't know, so that, because this is where you start looking. Any blanks are where you start researching first, the closest to this end. You see what I'm saying? So all the blanks. So I know, see, now I saw her death certificate. I showed it to you, but I just didn't fill in the date. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you.
So but when you're filling these out, you fill out as much as you can, and then starting as far to the left as possible, all these gaps are what you want to start filling in first.
Okay.
And you'll also be working on your family group sheets at the same time, hopefully, since you're supposed to work on each generation one at a time in detail. But when you get clues, you want to record it somewhere so you don't lose it or then have to dig through other stuff to find it.
I'm sorry to ask so many questions. I have another question.
That's fine.
So if you have more than, I guess, 6 kids, which I don't, but
that's on the family group record, and we aren't working on that right now. We're working on your ancestral chart, your direct bloodline.
Okay, so
your kids are going on the family group record. They're not going on this.
Oh, okay, got you.
You are here, your father is here, your mother is here, your maternal grandfather is here, your maternal grandmother is here, your paternal grandfather is here. I mean, yeah, great grandfather, yeah, and so on.
Okay, I got you.
This is your direct bloodline. This is your ancestral chart or your pedigree chart. Children do not go on this. You are just doing your direct line, the parents of each person. That's why we have the family group sheet, so you can get all that other information you have to do. And I should have put this slide up sooner, sorry. I forgot I had it. Oh, I forgot to ask. This morning, somebody called me and I didn't answer it because I didn't know. She didn't get the link and she called me for some reason.
She may have called Caroline.
I hope so, but I don't.
Caroline sent out 8 links.
Her name was
What was her name?
Hold on, I'll have to listen to it again.
It was me,
Okay, good, you're back, good.
Barbara Boyle.
Thank you, yes, thank you, good.
I got on early this morning. I appreciate it.
Good, well, Caroline came in and so evidently the links went to spam because we don't know what happened to them. Technology and cyberspace.
And why you need to use pencil? Because I continuously put the location of death next to died instead of the date.
Right. Well, and you're going to find names, you know, I mean, you're just going to find all kinds of stuff that's not what you've always been told or thought you found or, you know, what you thought you had documented. So, I mean, that's just the reality of life. This is why computers are nice, because you can go in and change the master record in your software and it fixes it everywhere else. Now, if you fix it on not the master record, it really doesn't help you because then you think you fixed it and you haven't. Okay, we'll give you
If
a
the
few.
person, if the person was married twice.
I'm gonna show you that in just a minute.
Oh,
So
okay.
put the marriage that you are the descendant of.
Okay.
Because you started with you, and so you want your blood father, and your blood mother. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. And you always list the father up front, up top.
Yes, the men go on top. Remember, this was all started in the old days. I'm not sure women would go that route anymore, but at least it's consistent. Okay, and we'll give you a few more minutes on this, and then we're gonna talk a little more about how to do this, and then we're gonna do the family group sheet. And then, I mean, so that you can start on that, so then you can work on both kind of in peace. And that's why we're doing this in class, so y'all can ask questions. Do not hesitate to ask questions. That's why we're doing it here. Okay. I want to show you a couple of other things real quick. Okay, we also the death certificate for this lady who died in 1921. Her husband, my grandfather, did not die till 1962. He remarried. So on the back of this page, we flip it over. Oops. And I put number 2 for the person it is. You know, remember we numbered these people? And I put M2 for marriage to. I put his second wife's name, her last name in all caps. I put M2 place, Statesboro, Bullock County, Georgia. And I wrote on this chart number 1 so that I know exactly which chart this information refers to, so I know who number 2 is that I'm referring to. But there's not room on the front, but you sometimes need to record this information just to help keep things straight. Now, when you do this in software, it's done very differently. But when you're using this method, this is how you want to do it. So that answers your earlier question about if they were married before. What you put on the chart is what your blood relation is. It doesn't matter if it was the 45th marriage. If that is who your biological connection is, that's what goes on that chart. Okay? Not step or half, the biological choices.
And the wife's name on the back would be her maiden name, not her married name, if she'd been married before.
Right. And then you could put in parentheses or however you decide to demarcate it, her married name as well. Because if you're ever trying to verify the marriage record, that second marriage, the name on that marriage record would be her married name, right?
Right.
So you would want to note that.
So the M stands for male.
No, married.
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 Second
marriage.
Second marriage.
You could write out marriage, but I just used M for marriage. I'd use D for death, B for birth, or I might use BI for birth and BU for burial if I was entering that. Do you see what I'm saying? Just because, for one thing, my handwriting is so bad. Y'all have no idea how many hours it took me to write this and how many attempts it took to make this semi-legible. I got C's, D's, and F's in penmanship in elementary school.
So
okay.
if your mother remarried, you would do the same thing on the back?
Yes. And you would put her number, which would be number 3. And then, so you know what person you're talking about. And then you'd put M2 and all that information. Or you could write out married or marriage or whatever you wanted to do.
But it's interesting, there's no place to put married for the woman.
Well, but see, you don't need it both places because you're saying these two. So once you got it up here, you've got it for her.
Okay.
And if there was no marriage, but they still produce children, you don't care. This just, you know, you don't need it but one place because if he got married to her, then she got married to him then. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. On paper that way.
Yes. Now, looking at this form, you see when you get to the end, you've created numbers for future charts. So you got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So Martha Davenport, we're going to start a brand new chart, and her name is going to go here in slot number 1, because you're going to number that chart 1 through 15 again. But it's going to be on chart 7. So you're going to take another blank chart and number it 7. And you're going to put number 1 on this chart as the same person as number 13 on chart 1.
So realistically, you've got paper charts, you've got your family chart in your computer.
Well, I don't have my family charts for everybody because, but for the beginning, they didn't have computer database programs when I started doing this back in the 70s. And as I said, I have learned the hard way that if I just show people how to do this and say, you can do it in your software, if they don't do it themselves, they do not understand this and get the generations mixed up. They get people from that are not bloodline mixed in here because of multiple marriages and stuff. So I have learned that it is better to do this way. Every time I teach a class, I learn stuff from the people I teach. So that's why y'all are getting evaluations that I really do fill out. So see now, Martha is on chart 7, and she's number 1 on this chart, and she's the same as number 13 on chart number 1. Okay? So that's how you keep going out chart after chart after chart. The chart itself is numbered 1 through 15, but you would pick up here with chart 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 if you were going to do paper charts that many generations back. That's a lot of generations to do on paper though. But I know people who've done it.
I got a question. So Martha is listed first here versus
right here.
Right. Why wouldn't we list William first?
Because she is the one, we're moving her to the next chart. And William R. Smith will go on another chart.
No, William H.
He would be on a different chart. He'll be on chart number 6.
Okay, I just thought William H. and Martha F. would be on the same because.
No, because his parents are different than her parents.
Okay, I got you.
See, look, so we're moving her to the next chart. So she becomes 1. He's listed as a spouse, but we're not tracking his bloodline on this one. He would be on a chart number 6, and he would be in number 1.
Okay.
You trying to give all these men all the information, honey. There's a question, I think.
Okay, is there a format of this form that is able to be filled out electronically?
Probably. I haven't looked because if you use family history software, they will generate this form for you from the data you have entered. It will generate this form for you from the information you've added. And that is much cleaner and clearer and easier. And it matches what you've put. You can't make, if you've made an error in your database, then you've got a problem. But instead of trying to transcribe or type into a new form, as we all know, those are where errors happen. All right, now let's go to.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have my great grandfather was a scoundrel, and ran out on my great grandmother and illegally changed his name, his surname.
A lot of
This was,
folks did that.
yeah, a lot before, of course, Social Security and all that. But when he signed up for Social Security, he used his fake made up name. So how would you note that on something like this?
I think I would put it on the family group sheet, which is what we're looking at now.
Okay.
And make a note that you didn't change it on the ancestral chart. And if you're working in software, it's going to give you a place for notes. So you can also show these things. And a lot of people ran out on people early on because divorce was forbidden in a lot of places, or like in Georgia until, oh, I can't remember the date, sometime in the 1800s. You had to go through the legislature to get
1832.
1832. You had to go through the legislature in Georgia to get a divorce. Can you imagine how much fun that would be? So often the guy would just leave and go to someplace else and set up a new family. All right, so here you would put the husband's name and all the basic information, and then the mother's information. Again, last names in all caps. And then you're going to list the children in birth order. And that's another reason you do these in pencil in particular, because you may find children who are born that died, all kinds of stuff. And so then you go across and fill out this information. And this is where you get the siblings and all those other things. And as you will see, there are a ton. I showed y'all early on like 3 different formats for this family group record. Here's another one for another. I did this one for William Mark, the guy who got run over by a train. And for years, that's all I had was run over by a train. Yes, there was another question.
The hand came down.
Oh, maybe I answered it. That'd be nice to think.
Can you go back to the previous page? Which, oh, that one, yes.
Okay, this page is more like the form you're working from, but this is the same information. I mean, it's the same form. Both of these are family group sheets. This is just a different format. And like I say, if you can find one of these that really gives you a place to add your source information, it is very helpful because you've got so much information on these family group sheets. And without knowing where the information came from, it is really hard sometimes, particularly when it conflicts with another source, to know. Now, this came from a family Bible. So what I've entered on here from the family Bible is, I feel like, is accurate. And it was not a Bible published in 1949. It was published before these things happened. That makes a difference too.
This may seem like a dumb question.
Ain't no such thing.
Okay, so I noticed there's a died and buried.
Mm-hmm. Well, where they die and when is different than when and where they're buried. And but thanks to Billion Graves and Find a Grave, you can often find information about where people are buried that you used to almost never be able to find. Do keep in mind that tombstones are notoriously wrong. They have typos. I know that's not the right word for something engraved in stone, but I don't know what else to call it. My great grandmother's grave in Oconee Hill Cemetery in Athens has the name wrong. And I asked my daddy what he and his brother were thinking when they didn't get it fixed. Her first name is totally wrong.
A comment here.
Okay.
It says some people are buried where they were born and may have lived in a different location.
Right. Somebody made the comment, and this is very true, that they are buried in the same town they were born in, but they live somewhere else. And that goes for births. For instance, Athens is kind of a regional medical center for, I think, 18 counties in Northeast Georgia. So when you're looking for birth certificates in present day, they're going to be Athens, Clark County, Georgia. But people may be living in Jackson County. They may be living in Wilkes County. They may be living in other places. Their residence would be someplace totally different. The same applies for people who die. When you look at the Social Security Death Index, you may often see serious differences between where people died, because if they die in the hospital, they may die in a place that has no relationship to where they live. So usually on those records, you've got both residence and where they died. And that is certainly going to be true of what's going on today with people dying in hospitals. You know, although they don't live in the place where that hospital is because of the pandemic. That was a good point. Thank you for bringing that up, because that's something we have to look at. It's another piece of that evaluation, analysis, thinking, put brain in gear type stuff we have to do. Yes.
This question is, where would you obtain the ancestral chart number, family unit number, and computer ID number?
The chart number you create. So, and the family unit number, unless you have assigned that, there is no such thing. The chart number is that thing you're putting up here. Up here, that's the chart number that you are assigning as you fill these out. And what was the third thing? And the family unit number, you know, until you assign that.
Computer ID number, that's the last one.
The computer ID number would be the number that is in your computer in your software program, if it asks for that. Most.
So is a family unit number, like if I say I'm working on, you know, my maiden, like my father, and I'm a woman, so my father, with that, and labeled that family number 1. Is that what it's talking about?
It could be, yes. And so some software programs may assign a family unit number to like the Davenports or the Hintons, or you see what I'm saying? But the chart number is this, and the computer ID number will be, everybody in your computer program is assigned a distinct ID number. That helps distinguish the 7 Williams I know about so far, each one from the other.
Okay, is the
one would have a
prepared by? I'm sorry.
Prepared by is you.
All right. Okay, so the relationship to preparer, would that be myself, or would that be who I'm working on?
Self. This form is something that can be used by professionals when they're doing work for clients. But y'all are doing it yourselves. Okay, we've got about 4 minutes. So get as far as you can with both forms, so that if you see any things that really drive you crazy, we can try to address them before we leave. Because I want you to be sure you understand this, because this is what gets people messed up. I mean, this is one of the things that really messes people up, is if they get these lines out of whack. And I won't, yeah, go ahead.
Somebody says, I still don't understand where the family unit number comes from.
You make it up. You make it up. You make up the family unit number. If you want to use family unit numbers, you make it up. You don't want to. And your computer if you're working in a genealogy software program, it may assign it, or you may be asked to create one.
Please review the numbering again.
Okay. On the family group sheet, I mean on the ancestral chart. Okay. Each chart is going to be, if it's this number of generations, now you can get 15 generation charts and then the numbers are going to go further out. But on this chart, you're going to do 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that's 15 people that are going to be listed on this chart. This is chart number 1. But there are going to be additional charts where each of these people are going to be number 1. So let's go ahead and say, all right, this person is going to be continued on chart 2. So you go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so, and you're going to put on this chart, number 1 on this chart is the same person as number 1 on chart number 1. Now, when we go to Martha, she is now number 1, but she's the same person as 13 on this chart. And this is chart number 7. So after you number all these, you would create chart number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you would put each of these people in the number 1 position on the chart that you said they're going to be continued on. Did that help? Did that get it? If not, I mean, I'll do it again. I just want to make sure y'all understand. And keep in mind, every chart is going to have 1 through 15 if they are this size chart. If it's a 15 generation chart, it's going to have a lot more people on it. But you would be consistent in that the next chart that this person goes on or whoever ends here would be chart number 2. Now, for the person that the next set of charts is going to be 10 through whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? So the charts are going to keep going based on the number, these numbers here. You would go to the end. But each chart is going to have 1 through 15 on it. And you will keep it straight by fixing this. Is that as clear as mud? Okay. Remember, you've got to put yourself in your ancestors' place and time. The object is always to find the parents of each generation. You've got to research the siblings. And you're also going to want to research your friends, your neighbors, your associates, your fan club, friends, associates, neighbors. Cluster research. So when you're looking at the census, you're going to look several pages on either side to see who's living there and what they're doing. You need to learn to use geographic tools like atlases, maps, gazetteers. There are lots of great maps online. There are a lot of historical atlases and other resources you can get to. Assumptions are dangerous. And I know that we talked about hypothesis, but hopefully that is based on some basic information like Elizabeth Van Meter. We're assuming that that was her father, and we will verify by checking for a marriage record or some other proof that that is her father. You would look at his estate record because obviously he had something that he left to children, to his grandchildren. And that's another thing to be aware of. At some places in time, minor children who inherited, even if both parents were alive, were called orphans. And those records are in what is called the orphans court. Another one of those terms that gets you into trouble because you think that means the parents are dead when you find a record of a kid in an orphan court. Well, it may be granddaddy left him something and he's underage, so it's handled in what's called the orphans court. So these are things to remember, and I put these in the basic steps handout. Questions before we start on you're going to do your pretest again. You're going to do that exercise, fill it out and see if your answers are different. I want you to fill it out without looking at your first one, and then I want you to compare the two. No more questions? Okay, we got one.
Can we have a copy of your summary statement, please? Is that an handout?
The summary, the one I just said, yeah, it is actually on page 4 of the basic steps handout. I already gave it to you.
Sorry.
Yes.
I have a question. Maybe you can direct me. One of my family members, I found him on the 1910 census. Nothing on the 1920, but I found him again on the 1930 in the same city and town that he was in 1910. So, but I haven't been able to find him at all. I checked where he was from, Alabama. He lived in Georgia. I checked all of that, but it's just like he disappeared.
You may want to, was he in the same place that he was in 1910?
Yes.
In 1930?
Yes.
Then I would go, instead of searching online by name, I would try to find people who live around him and then just go through the census page by page.
Okay.
Because it may be he was there, but the indexing is so screwed up. The downside of online records is that if the indexing is bad, these people are lost. This is why when we did our renovation in the Heritage Room, the engineers and the architects wanted me to get rid of all my census microfilm. They say, it's all online, you don't need it. And I go, no, it's not going anywhere. Because sometimes by using the old-timey print indexes, even with their huge number of errors and the microfilm, we can find people that we could not find in the digitized census records. So I would try, unless you, since a lot of repositories are closed right now and you don't have easy access to print indexes, if one was even done for that time and place, I would definitely, try what I just said. Find the people who lived around him in 1910 and 1930 and try to get to that same place in the 1920 census and look up and down and see if you can find him.
Okay, thank you.
Also, in case he was ever, in any kind of institution, those are usually recorded at the end of the census for the enumeration district. So sometimes people who are in a jail or some kind of camp, he wouldn't have been in a CCC camp by then, but sometimes that's where they are.
Okay.
So check those kinds of options. Another question, yes.
Would you send us a copy of Thomas Shepard's last will and testament, the sample exercise?
Yes, that's on my to-do list, and I was getting ready to ask y'all, is there anything else from today's presentation that you want me to send you copies of? I ought to hold at ransom until I get your evaluations, which I hope I will get out this evening, but I won't make any promises. It depends on how my brain is functioning by the time I get back to Athens.
I do have a question about the family group record.
Uh-huh.
If there is a child that was born out of wedlock, but born. Okay, so I have one ancestor who was married once, but he has a child by another woman.
That's a separate family group sheet. Every couple that you can identify, and it doesn't matter whether they were married, it doesn't matter whether you think they had children or not, you create a family group sheet because as you do your research, you may discover that there was a child.
Okay, so if I'm on the man's, if I'm on my ancestors' family group record with both the husband and the wife, it has a section that says other wives under
You
the
would
man.
list that and you would just say other partner.
Okay.
If they weren't married, you wouldn't want to say wife because that's misleading, because then you're going to go looking, people are going to go looking for a marriage record.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
But any time that there is a couple that you can identify, do a family group sheet. I always get tickled the more I've delved into genealogy when people say people are just not as moral and stuff as they used to be. And I go, y'all obviously know no history. Okay, how are y'all doing with your exercises? Are y'all finished?
Laura, there was a Pulitzer Prize winning book of history, and it was called Midwives. And midwives in the New England area were supposed to report when they birthed a baby. They were supposed to find out who the father was. And a lot of the marriages happened after the baby was born, or, you know, that sort of thing. So it's, you know, morals are, you know, some people never married.
Right.
So it's different.
It is different. Well, we have this almost mythic idea, idealized version of what our ancestors were like, and it's totally wrong. Oh, and I do remember the name of the book that I was telling you about. The Lost Family by Libby Copeland is the one I would like for y'all to consider reading if you're considering doing DNA testing. It is one of the best books I have read that covers the ethical issues, the emotional toll, finding out things like your father is not really your father and you're not adopted, and things like that can have on a family and how it can upset the entire family when siblings find out they're not really siblings and things like that. I mean,
what's their last name?
Copeland, Copeland. But the title of the book is The Lost Family. It is nonfiction and it's excellent. All right, let's do the exercise. All right. Who wants to talk about 2 places you could look for information about the death of an ancestor that occurred in Georgia before 1900? Okay, y'all, come on. Y'all can do
Cemetery
this.
records in local library or courthouse, and online death index or newspapers.
Exactly. Those are all good options. What about courthouse records?
Can you repeat that, please?
We're on our exercise.
Repeat the answer.
Oh, okay. Repeat the answer.
I said cemetery records in local library or courthouse. Some counties have them in different places. I've found them in cemeteries, and I have found them at courthouses. Online death index or newspapers.
And particularly for Georgia, with all of the newspapers going online, since they were required to do legal notices. Not every county's covered, but they're trying to get every county's legal organ covered. Okay, list 2 places you could look for information about a marriage.
Vital records. Oh, ancestry. I put ancestry and vital records.
Okay, but ancestry is dealing with what kind of records? What kind of records would you look for in ancestry?
Marriage life.
Church
Okay.
records.
Church records is excellent.
Vital statistics, but Georgia didn't start recording all that. There is a book on marriages, early marriages, but Georgia didn't start recording vital statistics till I believe 1919.
No, birth and death they didn't do till 1919. They were recording marriages much earlier than that.
Oh,
They've
good.
been recording marriages early on. However, not everybody went to the courthouse and got it done. So church records are a really good source sometimes if they are still extant for some of those. But marriages,
Family
Georgia
Bible
recorded.
records.
Now, if you're in South Carolina, you have another ball of wax to chew. Okay, and how did those answers compare with what you wrote before the class?
Little more knowledge.
Those were my answers before class.
Oh, okay.
I took
All
off
right.
ancestry because I put ancestry first.
All right, where would you find estate records? In the courthouse, a library, or National Archives? And we're talking about the actual records or digital images thereof.
I said all 3.
Why
I
would
said
you have
courthouse.
estate records at the National Archives?
Because I'm wrong.
Huh?
Well, I didn't know if National Archives had all kinds of state records just that they compiled up and.
No, they're responsible for recording federal level records from the government.
There you go.
The courthouse.
The courthouse is your best answer. The library, you may find copies in various forms, like on microfilm or whatever, but they are not going to really have what you're likely to find in your courthouse. List 3 kinds of information or materials you might get from sources around the home or from other family members.
Bible, the oral
Family
histories.
Good?
Photo albums.
Yes.
Somebody started talking and I didn't hear because somebody, I heard 2 people, but I didn't hear what was said.
They said Bibles and family Bibles. The 2 that were talking at the same time, that's what I heard.
I said
This one's kind of a weird one. I'm sorry, go ahead.
oral histories, diaries, letters.
Yes.
One that I have used is funeral and wedding guest books.
Yes.
Because
any kind of things you can find around the house can be very useful and can give you clues to things and also give you other people to talk to you might not have known about before. Okay, on number 5, for the correct name of Mittie, Maddie, Minnie Hinton, which source is most likely reliable and accurate? Tombstone that has her name listed as Maddie, obituary in a local newspaper that says her name is Minnie, or the will recorded in the courthouse that lists her name as Mittie?
The will recorded in the courthouse that lists her name as Mittie.
Correct. That's my great grandmother, and she's the one with the bad typo on the tombstone. Where is it most likely you might find a county history? And mark any that apply. An archive, a library, a courthouse, online, and a digital archive?
All of them?
All of those.
Courthouse is not real likely that you're going to find a county history, but every once in a while in the olden days, one was dropped off at a courthouse and they didn't know what else to do with it, so they just added it to their collection. The U.S. Federal Population Census always lists the names of everyone in the household. True or false?
False.
Correct. The United States government began taking a census in 1790. It has continued at what interval ever since?
10 years.
10 years.
Exactly.
Can you go back to number 7? What was the answer?
False.
The answer is false?
Yes.
Okay.
How many census, when did they start listing everybody in the household? Y'all had that question earlier in your exercise.
1850.
Exactly. 1850 is the first one where they listed everyone in the household. So, and the question is, the federal population census always lists names of everyone in the household. So that is definitely false. Okay, deeds and other local land records can often be used to provide what kinds of information? Circle all that apply. Land ownership, neighbors, what crops people had, when person arrives in a place, when person leaves a place, and military service.
Land ownership.
What others?
Neighbors.
Neighbors and crops.
When the person arrives, you got deeds where they bought the land and
Right.
sold the land.
Keep going.
Everything but F.
Everything but C. The military service, if you've got a bounty land grant, then you did military service.
And I got a bunch of those in Georgia.
So that's an indicator. But rarely do land records, local land records tell you what crops people were growing. Okay, circle the terms that relate to an estate record. Intestate, testate, warrant, administratrix, executor, or bounty.
Testate and intratestate.
Administrator, executor.
An executor.
Huh?
A, B, D, and E, and I don't know about C or F.
Right.
Exactly. A, B, D, and E. All right. Did y'all's answers change from before to after?
I have a question about number 9. Did you say everything but C?
Yes.
An interesting place, if you look at the estate records at the courthouse and who is the executor, then later you can find in a newspaper where the executor is selling the crops. And the Augusta Genealogical Society had a speaker, and he talked about people in the migration patterns followed their agricultural things, what they grew as a crop or.
Exactly, because they went to what they know, and this is why during slavery period, slaves from certain areas were in high demand, because if they came from an area that grew things in Africa that they wanted to grow here, they got a much higher price. So, I mean, agriculture for an agrarian society influences almost everything. Okay, any other questions? We're at 3:30, I think. Oh, we're after 3:30. Any other questions, comments?
There's just one more to get along.
Yes, one more. Yes.
Is there a free software that can incorporate all the online versions like Ancestry that you recommend?
I can't recommend, because I don't know how your brain works. That's why I gave you those resources in the handout, the basic steps so you could evaluate legacy and Roots Magic are both family search certified. I think Family Tree Maker is too. Those are 3 of the most popular. They're all rated pretty highly. They all make source citation pretty easy. So look at those reviews and then test Roots Magic and Legacy Family Tree. And if Family Tree Maker does a free version, test it too and just see. Take the same people and enter the same information in all of them. Do about 5 people and see which one makes sense to you and is the easiest to use. This is supposed to be fun, y'all. It's not supposed to be a chore. Oh, and records are indexed by the name of the administrator.
Often the county probate court or the ordinary court would index an estate record by the name of the administrator, not by the name of the deceased.
Right, or the executor.
Or the executor. So if you can't find the estate record by the name of the deceased, look at the letters of administration.
Yes.
Or the bonds. To get the name of the administrator.
And look at what you can get on the Georgia Archives. And don't forget to attend the GPS webinar on how to use Virtual Vault if you have Georgia ancestors. And a lot of you said you did in the introductions. Okay, thank y'all. And I'll
Thank
see
you very
in
much.
the evaluation. And thank y'all for coming. We appreciate it. I hope one day I'll see you in person.
It was very helpful.
Oh, good.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Enjoyed it.
Very helpful.
Okay. I hate, oh, there it is. Okay. I love trying to use somebody else's laptop.
Would you like for me to go ahead and stop the recording now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.